My lord, unhide me, my lord. Uh,
Hello,
my
Packy. I'm here now. Somebody unhid me. Must have been Armando. What's up, the great
uh,
honest
uh,
Packy? How are you doing?
my respects to His Majesty King Richard.
Well, thank you. How's the internet famous honest Packy doing today?
Sir, I am very good. Shotgun, you are so wrong, sir. I added you. I was the one who added you. Paki never adds me. You filthy, backstabbing, thankless shotgun rider. Turi, my bro, I added you regardless of the consequences. I added you for a reason that you, me, and my kiddo, we go way back, and we are like three bodies in one soul.
So, how are you doing this morning or this evening where you are,
Uh, it's
Packy?
it's like evening, Your Majesty.
Uh-huh. And did you arrest anybody today?
No, no, Your Majesty. I am not a police officer. I'm just a lame security guard.
Well, you can still arrest people. I mean, that's the fun of being a security guard is you get to, handcuff people and wait for the police once in a while.
Do you want the serious reply on this or an honest Pakistani reply on this?
Either one or both. I don't care.
Okay, so if you don't care, so I'm not gonna reply on this.
Oh, all right. Well, how about the honest reply
Honest Pakistani reply, Your Majesty, I do like to arrest people, especially women. I get to touch them in that order. I get to feel them, so it's kind of nice.
Have you ever made one get naked and put your finger up their vagina and say that you're doing a search for
I I
weapons or
would I
something?
would I would love to do that, but for that I need to uh, get uh, get into the TSA. But I'm waiting for me if for myself to become a citizen because TSA hire only citizens.
I see. Yeah, well, even as a security guard, you could say, that you felt your safety was in danger and that they had like one of these little tiny guns up inside their vagina. So, in order to protect yourself, you had to search them.
Your Majesty, that's even possible, but the environment it's not it restricts for me to do that because I cannot make anyone to take off their clothes right on the street. So I need to
Uh,
be in a specific place.
right. Don't you bring them back to your office or anything? Handcuff them to the chair or the wall or something?
Now I used to work at Exchange LA. It's a nightclub. It's a very big nightclub,
Uh-huh.
and I was doing there as an armed security, and I was on the rear door, the door which is only accessible for employees and the delivery guy.
Uh-huh.
So I was there, and there was two other guys, and we were the armed security guards over there because we used to check the employees that there was an observation, there was a reservation that employees they bring drugs uh, with
Uh-huh.
them, and they kind of like the bartenders and the bar girls, they kind of then sell them out. So we used to check those handbags.
I see. Oh, were you
And
able to ever like extort some money out of the people bringing in drugs or make them give you
no,
like
no,
10% of the drugs or anything?
I was I was on the front door, and
Uh-huh.
there was two other guys. They were inside. They were
Uh-huh.
with the metal detector and X-ray. So they used to check that because Exchange LA was a very uh, big club. It was one of the
Oh,
biggest club, and they had inner they had their in-house security. They had bouncers, but they were inside. So we were the armed ones. We were only we were only hired to be on the rear end, to just check the employees.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Well, that's one of the greatest things about being a police officer or a security guard is you can use extortion as a part-time job, but you still only have to work 8 hours a day. So you get your money for your security pay and all that, and then while you're working, you can do your second part-time job of extorting money from the people you catch. So it's a win-win situation to have a job like that. It's basically two jobs in one all at the same time.
I don't know, Your Majesty. I never did anything. I'm not. I would say I'm incapable of pulling such a stunt. I'm not that smart, and it
Right.
needs a lot of courage to extort anyone. And I, I'm too, as Mrs. Vargas said, that I'm a pussy. So
Uh-huh.
I don't know why am I a security guard and why am I still alive? I should be dead right now because I'm completely unfit to be a security guard. Or you can say that I'm unfit to be alive at all.
You ever get in any fights with people? Anybody ever try to fight you to get
Your
away or not be arrested?
Your Majesty, I'm gonna share a real experience. At LA Exchange, two of the bouncers they started fighting with each other because they were trying to chase this one girl which was also working over there, and they had a fight because one was jealous because she went on a date with him, and they started to fight with each other. So my other two buddies, they said we don't give a shit about them. I let them beat their shit. But I thought that it's not good because both of them were really huge, and they were like beating them. Like the other guy was punching this man, so I tried to break it up, and one of the guys threw a punch which landed on my face, and I got a real bruised up, and I started bleeding. And when the police came and the officer said, "Do you want to press charges?" I said no because
Right,
we used to work together. So the police then first handcuffed them and then just I released him. I don't know who called the police. I think it was the management. They called the
right.
police, and both of the bouncers were fired, including that girl.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like you call yourself a pussy, but I'm not sure. I'm courageous enough to
I am I
really
am a
want to be a
pussy.
security guard.
I am a pussy. Your Majesty, there were so many beautiful women over there. So many beautiful women over there, like more than 100 girls over there, and I was unable to even have a conversation with anyone. Like I was totally made myself in a distance because that's what we tell that you cannot be friendly with anyone, especially you cannot take anything to eat, especially the guards. They kind of be friendly. They kind of want to because we are cheap labor. So what we do that if you're gonna ask for cigarettes, give me a cigarette or this and that. But I never used to take anything, not even a sandwich, not even a beer, not even a juice. So your Majesty, I just regret that all those all those buds, I wasn't unable to hook myself with anyone, and especially your Majesty, who would like to date a fucking security guard, especially if he has a stutter, he's not fluent in English, third he's ugly, and above all he's a dirty Pakistani. So my life is a mess, your Majesty. My life is a mess.
Hmm. Well,
Uh,
it's the way it goes. Not everyone can be as marvelous as the king. If everyone was like me, I wouldn't be special. You know what I mean? So I'm
exactly,
glad. I'm glad there are people like you, so that it just makes the king look all the better. You know what I mean?
exactly, your Majesty, exactly.
Yeah. So, but I mean, there are security guards in the world that work their way up to being security guards for people like Donald Trump or billionaires. Security guard, at the lowest levels might not be good, but if you work your way up in your career,
Like
you might
executive
end up being a,
protection,
a very
being a
high
bodyguard.
paid security guard.
Being a bodyguard?
Well, something like that, sure. Have you
No,
ever
no,
considered
no, Your
going to some of
Majesty,
those specialty
Your Majesty,
schools?
Your Majesty. I'm not gonna be a I'm not gonna be a bodyguard and to be someone's henchman. I'm thinking of joining the Marine Corps, even though I'm
Right?
26 right now and I have only two years left. But I'm trying to lose weight and I want to be back in shape because I was in very good shape and I'm gonna end up being a United States Marine. But
Are you sure it's 30? It's really that old? I thought 35 was the cutoff.
no, no, 28. 28 is the age limit, but I am hearing conflicting views because somebody says that though I know Pashto and I know Urdu, and I'm a Muslim and Pakistani, so I am a potential candidate. And even
Right?
uh, though I'm not that smart, but I went to a recruiter and I asked him, sir, I, I speak Pashto, like two different dialects of Pashto, not just Pashto. I can speak like two
Right?
different dialects of Pashto because that's my
Uh-huh.
mother tongue. No, that's the that's the language of my father. My mother speaks Hinko, so I can speak Urdu fluently. I can speak Pashto, and I'm trying to learn English, and I'm also would be able to learn Dari. So do you think? He said yes. We for Afghanistan deployment, we don't have Pashto speakers at all. So you would be considered, and even though if your academic recognition is not as per the U.S. Requirements, but we can have exceptions. So
Right?
Your Majesty, I'm not that smart, but I, I knew that they're gonna send me straight to Afghanistan, and I don't want to go to Afghanistan. I would love to go to Iraq or Syria because Arabs did too very bad with me, and I would love to have a fight with Arabs. But Afghanistan, they had nothing to do, and we are like it's a complete lost cause.
Right. I think so. I mean, they've been fighting for fucking what? I don't know, 30 fucking years. Started with the
So
Russians
see,
trying to take them over. Yeah.
Afghanistan, they're fighting for freedom. They can never be conquered. That's the
Right.
Pashtun thing. Cause see,
Yeah.
Genghis Khan did try. Alexander came, he was defeated. Then Genghis Khan came, he was defeated. Then the British came, they were defeated. Then the Russians came, they were defeated. And now the unfortunately the Americans came. They, like 80% of the Afghanistan is controlled by the Pashtun Taliban, and only like 20% is under the control of Afghan, whatever they call it, Afghan National Army or whatever that is, and they can take it in just a jiffy, but they're not doing it. They are prolonging it because there's a very dirty game going on in Afghanistan, and Pakistan is his hands. It it is it has its hands full in it. So
Right.
Pakistanis are very treacherous, treacherous people because the way they played both sides, like not just both sides, like four or five sides, I would say. And
Right. Well, some of those conflicts in countries, I mean, they're basically 15-sided fucking fights. You don't, just because
uh-huh.
you defeat one doesn't really matter. I think that's something Donald Trump kind of
but
missed. I don't
but
think he
your
understands the
but your
complexity of it
Majesty,
all.
Afghanistan had nothing to do with 9/11. They had nothing to do with 9/11. And see, it is
Well,
so
what they
strange.
had to do with Paki was that Osama bin Laden was, the Al Qaeda people, and there were a lot of Al Qaeda people in Afghanistan. That's about.
No,
You're right.
no, no,
That's
your Majesty. They were in Afghanistan. That's true. They came to Afghanistan during the Russian invasion, the
right.
Afghan jihad. They came to Afghanistan. That's true. And and at that time they were working with Pakistani intelligence and the CIA joint operation, and they were fighting against the Russians. That's true. But
Right.
your Majesty, Taliban did not let them to have their own authority. They were present, but they were in the protection of the Pakistani intelligence, and
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
and Pakistani intelligence, because Pakistanis are stupid people, and they are in love with Saudi animals, and Saudi Arabia was behind it. So what happened that when the United States attacked Afghanistan, they took all the key members of Al Qaeda from Afghanistan to Pakistan, and later Pervez Musharraf started to give them out like one by one, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and etc. etc. Because see, if you see, 90% of the Al Qaeda arrested was from Pakistan, was not from Afghanistan, and
Right.
later Osama bin Laden was also was given by the Pakistan. It was captured from Pakistan instead of Afghanistan. So it was a dirty game played by Pakistan. But Your Majesty, if you go and read General Masood Akhtar, forgot his name. He was the additional director general for intelligence operations in inter-services intelligence. He sent a cable to the U.S. ambassador, or he sent it to his own Defense Department, that instead of invading Afghanistan, we can get those people and prosecute them. But everybody was so anxious, and nobody attacked Afghanistan to just to control it. Initially, they were like 1,100 troops. So could you imagine 1,100 troops to invade a country? Had so many lives lost, so many billions of dollars spent for no reason.
Well,
And Afghanis are thankless people. They're gonna blame you for everything, and they're I say that Taliban, having a relationship with Taliban was much better than having a relationship with this Northern Alliance
so
of Afghanistan.
Aki, if I was to go to Pakistan as a tourist, and I'm being an American and all, would they care? Would they like me, dislike me, not really give a shit? I mean, how do the
Your Majesty,
Pakistani people?
people are gonna love you. If you go Cynthia Don Ritchie, she's in Pakistan. But I would not suggest you to go, because see, there is a presence of these terrorist organization, and they're gonna know
Right.
you that you are an
Sure.
American. Because right now, the Americans over there are restricted to Islamabad. The one who travel all around Pakistan, they are the one who are working for the CIA, or some kind of a defense
I see.
a contractor. But see, this woman Cynthia Don Ritchie, she goes and she shoots out movies in Pakistan. It's true that we have a culture of hospitality, and people are gonna love you. You're gonna feel the you're gonna feel that hospitality everywhere. But see, you cannot just rule out the possibility of getting attacked or getting
Right.
up,
Is there a lot
getting
of hot
kidnapped.
pussy in Islamabad?
Yes, you can have already. If you want to try some Pakistani women,
Uh-huh.
I would suggest you to go to Dubai, because Dubai has a lot of Pakistani Class
I see.
B models, but it's gonna cost you. But you
Right.
can have Pakistani women over in Dubai, and that's safe
Uh-huh.
for you. See, there are a lot of Americans, and there are a lot of Westerners over there. And so if you
Sure.
wanna go to get laid, you should go to Dubai.
Yeah, we're here. Hi, Lewis. How you doing?
How you doing, Rich?
Pretty good. We're talking about Pakistani pussy right now. Have you ever had any Pakistani pussy, Lewis?
Unfortunately, I have to say I have.
Uh-huh. Was it good? You said unfortunately, so it must not have been good.
No, because I wanted the last, but she was my first love, not my first girl I slept with, but
Really, really.
but
Okay,
but I was 19 and she was 17, and
okay. Where was
my
she from?
family got to know her.
Where was she
Uh,
from?
she was uh, she was from Islamabad.
Islamabad. Really?
Well, her family is. She told me she was born here.
Wow. So was she a
She told me
so was she a Pashtun, Punjabi, Sindhi, Balochi, or from the northern area?
all I know is that her family is named Katak.
Khatak, Khataks are Pashtun. So
K H
so
K
she
H
was
A.
so she was fair in complexion,
Light skin.
light skin. So she was Pashtun.
Yeah, I
Your
never got to meet
Majesty,
her family because it was forbidden.
Your Majesty, I
That
can
was
get you your Majesty, Your Majesty King Richard.
Yeah.
yeah.
Go to the go to the Hangout screen, and I can get you someone like this.
Okay, I'm at the hangout screen. You're gonna post me a picture of some hot Pakistani girls.
I'm gonna get you someone like this. She's now see, she's a class C model, the one which goes on commercials and everything.
I wanted the relationship to last, Packy, but it didn't last. It was forbidden love. Catholic
Oh my
and
god.
Muslim cannot be together.
Oh my god.
Oh,
But what
she's
happened?
nice. She's nice looking, Packy. That's a nice looking girl there.
Richard, are you
So
gonna come with them?
so
I,
I'm
I would
gonna
never be able to meet her brothers because her dad is named Mohammed Katak.
yes, Khataks are from my area. No, not from my area, but they are Pashtuns.
Yeah, she
What's
said.
that? What's that thing that keeps beeping? What the
Uh,
fuck is that?
that's a phone.
Oh,
Or
I don't care. I'm just
I
wondering
keep
what it was. That's all.
I keep getting messages from
Armando.
Hangout from all these other
Sure. Yeah.
people on the Hangout.
You can mute those if you want in the little dot 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 thing at the bottom. It says more.
Dev, she
If you want, I
uh,
don't care if you do. I
she's
just
Indian, Dave. The one you posted, she's Indian. Your Majesty, I posted another picture for you, so I'm gonna
hmm
get you someone like this.
Okay.
Uh, so the one Dave posted, she's Indian, and you can easily
Well, I was going to
distinguish.
say they look similar. How do you distinguish between a Pakistani and an Indian? They look
Uh,
a little better looking and lighter skinned than a lot of the Indians I see, and their faces look a little more Caucasian, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. See,
Yeah, Pakistani girl lighter.
Right.
we
Some
Okay.
of
also
them.
we also have blondes. Like we have
You also
northern
have green eyed. Green eyed
on
is a
yeah, green. I
Pakistani
think
girl.
blonde. Yes, I'm gonna tell you Pakistani blondes. Your Majesty, you're not gonna believe. I once showed my lord, and he said that really are they Pakistani? I said yes. From the northern side, they have blondes, but they're really deprived. And
Huh?
see 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 Your Majesty. See that's because we northerners we were converted from Jews.
Uh-huh. So is it easy to go to Pakistan and maybe pick up some young girls and bring them to
No,
Dubai and
no,
pimp them out?
no, it's not easy. You need to be in a relationship because you don't have Tinder or anything. The most
So
of
you have to
most of the
pretend you
relate
like them and stuff in order to fuck them? Because I don't like girls like that.
because
Wasting my time.
most of the relationships are initiated in colleges or schools.
I see.
Uh, it's like going to a bar. There is a nightlife, but you're not gonna find it like an open club or anything because it's
I see.
prohibited. Uh huh.
Do they
So
have swingers clubs in Pakistan? Where people
no,
have
no,
orgies? No.
No, man, that is
no.
forbidden in Muslim land.
Oh,
So
okay.
Your Majesty, but Your Majesty, still a lot of thing happens like underground parties and stuff.
Sure.
So you get
Is
to meet
alcohol
people over.
legal in Pakistan?
Alcohol is illegal unless they have a license, and the license is given to the Christians. So
I see.
Christians can sell. So Christians do what? They get a permit, and they get
Uh,
and they buy the alcohol, and then they sell them to
I
Muslims.
see. Huh.
Mm. Do
And
you know what?
there is
So
another way
as a,
of getting.
I could just say that I'm a Christian and I can drink legally, basically.
No, 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 no. You cannot drink publicly. You can drink it in your house. But people
Oh,
drink. Everybody drinks. They buy it from the black market.
I see.
So Your Majesty,
But
go
when
and
they
check
get
the hand.
caught, they get jailed for months.
Yes, they
Really?
if they get caught, they get jailed. But uh, there's a lot of corruption, and if you're rich, you can just pay them and
Sure. Well, it sounds
buy
like
you.
my kind of country, really. I like that sort
Mhm.
of stuff.
So Your Majesty, you see, I'm posting the blonde, and see, Pakistan also have blondes, but it's strange.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, let me take a look here. Oh, yeah, I see. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that looks like some girl from Finland or something. Huh. Yeah, it's not what you kind of expect from somebody said, "Oh, I'm going to post a Pakistani girl." That's not really what comes to my mind. That's interesting.
They
Yeah,
are northerners.
just so you know that word forbidden that they use, that's they just say that so you'll fuck them harder.
I see.
I will say this: there was a girl from India. Now she was married, but I worked with her every day. She ran a machine at work, and man, she was gorgeous, man. I mean, she was just beautiful. Anyway, she was eating something in the break room one day. One thing led on to another, and I said, "Hey, bring me some of that. I'm curious what it tastes like." And man, it was like a top CIA mission, because if anybody in the family ever found out that she brought me some,
Yeah,
an American guy in her country, they behead them and all.
yeah.
I said,
Something would
motherfucker,
happen to the girl.
you're in America. What are they gonna do? Come cut my fucking head off? You know.
uh,
But anyway, I will say that they're real.
Conservative?
Well,
I wouldn't say
Not
underrated. I
conservative,
would
because
say
see,
I've
very.
seen it all.
narrow-minded, narrow-minded.
Well, yeah, as
No.
a matter of fact, well, let me put it this way: not very Americanized to the values here of America,
But but uh, uh,
and that's natural for them to carry
but
their culture.
buddy, I have
Yeah,
I have I have shared food with a lot of strangers, like women, and there were women who used to bring food for me.
right.
Though I never used to eat them because I always thought that she made it some kind of a disgusting way. But I
Right.
used to get food. But myself, I used to bring food for, because that's in my culture. We share food.
Right.
That's a Pashtun thing.
Yeah, it's in Crystal's culture too. You know what well,
Yes.
I mean, believe it or not, in every culture where the how do I say where the people are not part of oppression, corrupt thoughts, just regular everyday people, they're always real generous with their food, I think.
I agree. Thailand's the same way. People love to, give you food or have big meals with their friends and stuff. Sure.
Yeah. Hey, and it goes hand in hand. It's kind of like if you want to cut it. I don't know if I want to compare it to this or not. I was getting ready to say if you want to cut a business deal, you take them golfing. I just think that it's a grand time for the cultures to honor one another's kind of, whatever. It just seems like it was always really down to earth and really
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Pay me,
natural,
pay me, you're a bully. Pay me, you're a bully. And I repeat, pay me, you're a bully.
What's going on? I don't even have that page pulled up.
I don't know. I'm just trying to convey a message to pay me no mind. I'm insane. That she's a bully. She's an elderly bully who likes to bully people. And because of her, my creator Ronan Kanushi kind of left the Hangouts. So so she's the
That's
bully.
Hey, Packy, that's not Ronan. You gonna lay that on pay me? That's a heavy load to lay on pay me, man. Pay me broke Ronan cunt knew she's heart. The fucking try. I mean, man, damn it, man. He's sending the signals right now. Packy, oh my God.
So does Pammy have the nerve to discuss it with you in person and voice, or does she like hide behind text back?
Oh no, there was a whole saga in here of the Ronan Kanushi and Pammy relationship, man. It went on
No,
for
I
like
meant Pammy versus Packy. Did she hide from you, Packy, or was she willing to talk to you in
No,
voice?
Pemi is very assertive and aggressive.
yeah. I was
She
gonna
gives no
say
shit about anyone. She gives no shit about anyone. She can join and she comes in and she's a New Yorker. Like she's
All
with
right.
quick everything. Like 1 minute
So
is of like 30 seconds.
does she try to pick on you because you're stupid?
No,
Oh,
she's aggressive. I used to thought like pay me no mind is like a 16, 17 year old kid. I got 16, 15-year-old girl. But
uh-huh.
then later I came to know that that's a 51-year-old woman.
she says no, I'm shy, Richard. They are lying to you.
Ah, okay.
She's real shy and reserved and passive.
Uh-huh.
But Pemi is quick because she's a New Yorker and the
Says
one
she's
minute
not
is not of
confrontational. Read that, Packy. I am not confrontational.
the minute in New York is of 30 seconds instead of a 60 seconds according to Pemi no mind.
I will say New York has a faster life than the immediate area that I live in.
Where are you
But
in?
It's faster paced.
hey,
Where are you at?
I'm in the abyss.
Because I'm in Washington D.C. and it's getting crowded here too.
Oh
The
man, let me tell
ratio
you
of
something.
women are 10 women. Like for 10 women, there's like 3 dudes. Like so many women around, man. Like there's less guys around here.
I got family all up through Beltsville, Maryland, Washington D.C., Baltimore, and I can
Yeah.
tell you, I spent a lot of time there in my childhood. I don't care if you pay me $150 an hour for the best job I ever fucking could want. You couldn't pay me to live in Baltimore, Maryland, or DC.
Well, D.C. is a lot. It's changed over the years now. It's got more white people than black.
My my grandmother's house was on Sixth Street,
No-
6 blocks from the Capitol, right off Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah.
You know where Sixth Street is?
Yeah, but what part of the capital? Southeast?
And last time I was there, which was God knows a long time ago, there used to be a pet store right. Well, hell, Trump's done bought that damn old post office right there on the corner, man, and converted it right.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I think
The old
so, because if she
the
was
old
by the capital, she was at around Eastern Market. She was like in the southeast side.
No, I'm saying Trump, our president, bought the old post office right there on the corner on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Oh yeah, yeah. The old post office is now Trump Hotel. That's right.
That's right. Man, when I was a kid, I used to go in and out of that post office every time I was there, which was often. Like we probably go 2 or 3 times every couple of months to visit my grandmother growing up. So
Yeah.
often I spent a lot of time there. I've still got family in actually I'm not sure what part of Virginia or Maryland they're in right now. I think they've moved again. But I spent a lot of time there, man. I can remember going on my cousin's Harley up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, once we got older, and all the hookers and everything down in certain parts there, and
Uh,
prostitution, blah, blah, blah. Hey,
hey
man.
buddy, hey buddy,
That was a lot.
hey,
Yeah, yeah, there's hardly any prostitution now. Hardly.
Yeah.
You
What,
don't
what,
see those
Maggie?
streetwalkers no more. Everything's changed. It's gentrificate. It's gentrification now.
hey
Yeah,
buddy.
it's just the traffic in general, Lewis. I went there to pick up a three-wheeler, anyway, it's called an Interceptor Go 4. I went and picked up one of
Yeah.
those vehicles right there in Maryland, me and Crystal. And I'm telling you, man, the fucking traffic is unfucking believable. I
It
don't,
is. It is.
I'm not gonna live there no matter what.
It's so
I used to
crowded.
love it. I used to
It's
love it.
crowded. Continue to get crowded. It's got
But
more development, more building, more condos, more
you
people
spend you spend
underground.
yeah, you spend hours and hours every day of your
Okay,
life just fighting traffic. Go
okay,
ahead, Patrick.
okay, Your Majesty and buddy, I have a question for you both. Uh, hey, have you seen uh the towns, the small towns which they show in the movies? Like they're like few people, like 50 or 60 of them, and there's like a police department of like 3 people or 4 people, and there's a small bar and everything. And do 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 they have uh, towns like those in real? Because here
Sure they do,
every
Packy. They're
where
all
where
over America. They got lots
where
of little
where
towns like that.
where
Sure,
give
all
me a
over.
name. I would like to live over there because
Well, all through New England, you have little tiny towns. All through places like Utah, Washington, Oregon, they have stuff like that. Down in the South, there's all kinds of isolated little tiny towns.
like
Sure.
50 or
Now,
60 people.
50 a town of 50 people, that's a little harder to find. But there's plenty of towns that have the rest of the stuff you described. One bar, one little place to buy groceries, maybe a few hundred people.
Hey,
Like
Pat,
a police department of like 5 people or four
Or a
people.
police department of one, dude. There are towns in America that have only a sheriff that
Uh-huh.
or a sheriff's deputy assigned to 100 square mile area that have no police department at all.
hey,
And
Packy.
they're really peace, like no drugs or anything.
Hey, Lewis.
Packy,
Hey, Lewis, you're not going to take a shit again on cam, are you?
I'm actually in the bathroom, but I opened the window. I'm standing up though.
Oh man, don't take. You need to cut off your camera if you're going to take a shit or jack off,
No,
man.
Okay,
I've already
New
done it.
England and Utah.
I was gonna tell Packy that there's small towns outside of DC, like out in Maryland and out in Virginia. And if you Google
Uh-huh.
nudist reports, you'll see a few of them out there.
Uh-huh. So
Yeah,
those
I think I want to
those
start a
towns,
different lifestyle, and I want to be a
they don't
nudist.
have jobs right now. They don't have jobs, or do they have jobs?
I got a job, but if I'm on my day, 3 days off, I'm gonna go to a nudist colony.
Well, no, Packy. They generally that's why there's only 50 people in the town because there are no factories, no big job, no big employers and things like that. That's why they're so small. Yeah.
So why
All
so
natural.
why people so why people live there?
Because they want to be away from the other kind of big cities or small or bigger towns. A lot of the times you'll find, like retired people or even the guy that owns the bar is generally going to be over 50. They're just laid back people who oftentimes have sort of run the course of their life somewhere else and they may just settle down there.
What
Or
area?
they lived there forever and the town just never got bigger.
What area were you speaking of, Packy?
Like all over United States is like
There's small towns away from cities.
You mean
the town.
the rural areas?
Yeah,
Or
you're
No, like
thinking about the country.
like the towns which are shown in the in the movies, like a small town, like a
Like maybe,
police department of 4 people, a bar.
yeah, I got you. Yeah, man. But hey, you want to get away from the hustle and bustle and live the simple, sweet, good life is the way they put it. But for me, I have to live my life in the mainstream. But when I go home, I want to get out of the hustle and bustle. That's the way I do that. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I don't want to live way out in the country. Actually, I do now. Actually, I just want to be close to an interstate where I can get where the fuck I need to go. You know what I mean?
Hey, Packy, I just Googled it. Here's some, I'll just read you a couple towns. Interior South Dakota, population 94. Minoe, Nebraska, population of 1.
What?
Bonanza, Colorado, population of 16. Centrilla, Pennsylvania, population of 10. There's all kinds of little tiny towns, even smaller than 50. There's a couple there, what, 16, 10, 1,
Now the bad part
No, like 10, 10, 20 is like a ghost town. 10, 20
Yeah,
is like completely
But the
ghost
thing
town.
about it is, Packy,
sure.
once you make one mistake or you sleep with somebody's girlfriend, you got to move.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So once you get tarnished in a, so to speak, spot. Now, if you're talking about the country with acres and acres and acres in between people, nobody gives a shit. But if you're
Right.
living in a small little town, then everybody's always up everybody's ass. They know what kind of fucking, oil you put in your lawnmower, the whole ball of wax.
Like
You
a
know
small
your business.
town mentality, huh?
Well, yeah, in other words, it can be great or it can be god awful bad.
Uh,
You
so
know.
I'm good with where I am right now. So
In other words, once you bring a prostitute to your house for a night, then the whole town's gonna know about it. That's what I'm telling
Yeah, your secret of your tiny penis will get out immediately,
you. And
Packy.
oh my
Everyone in
god,
the town will
yeah,
know.
you won't
I'm not moving to the small town.
you can't do
No.
it. You can't do it, man. They'll run you out of town within 1 month.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna let anyone know that I have a small penis.
You can.
Okay, well, I won't mention it again then,
Yeah,
Packy.
you got
Sorry.
to
No,
keep.
no,
I'm
it's okay,
sure
Your
nobody.
Majesty. You're providing a therapy. That's professional ethics. So
Yeah, I'm sure nobody here on the stream knows about it either.
yeah.
Well, I'll be
Okay.
back in just a minute, folks. I'm gonna go get a cigarette, talk to my wife for a minute. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, Rich. I'm trying to find a room right now with a hot tub, man. I need one. Find one yet? All right, make it happen. Call and find out the vacancy. Yeah, I'm trying to get me a hot tub tonight, Packy.
What?
Trying to get a room with a hot tub tonight.
A room with a hot tub. So you're gonna have a bath?
Find out if they got vacancy. Well, then it's not in the room. It is 24 hours if it's in your room. You
I
kind of
don't
want.
I don't understand that room with a hot tub. I don't understand.
Um. Okay, so you can find motel rooms that actually have a hot tub jacuzzi in the room with.
Oh, you're looking for a motel with a hot tub. Now I understand.
Yes.
So you're going somewhere or what?
Well, I'm trying to work on my health a little bit. I got some sore muscles and shit. I figured it'd be a good time for me to cut out and get it done. You know what I mean?
So why don't you just go to a spa?
Well, I had a 6-person hot tub here at the end of my house, but when I moved down to the coast, I sold it, and I hadn't never put one back yet. It's still wired and everything for one out here at the end of the house. But anyway, so and I got some business stuff I got to go over, and I just want to get in an environment where I can get it done. I got a whole stack of paperwork, blah 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 blah.
Wow, buddy, you're a busy man.
And actually, I'm not busy at all compared to my life always at all, at all. As a matter of fact, I'm the slackest right now that I've ever been in my entire life.
Okay, which place you're going to now? Like,
Uh,
could you give me a specific
Crystal's
name?
Crystal's trying to find one right now. I thought the Hampton Inns over here at the new one at the airport had one, but it was not in the room. I want one in the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one who are stalking Buddy W, for them the news is out. He's going to Hampton Inn and he's getting a room with a jacuzzi. So all those women and some few exception men who are good looking like lysers can can
Right?
join Buddy W in that room.
Yeah.
We would try our best to get you the room number in a short moment. Our sources from with Crystal Cute are working on that. As soon as we have the room number, we're gonna share it on Armando Vargas Live
Yes.
exclusively.
On Google
I
Hangout chat.
Yes, keep watching my Lord's channel, and for further update, please contact us at 0800 Buddy W Buddy W. I repeat,
And
zero
this
eight
could be
hundred
recorded live.
Buddy W Buddy W.
Yeah.
I think a lot of women are stalking you, buddy. You broke a lot of hearts. The first heart you broke was "Pay Me No Mind," when she came to know that oh, Crystal is your wife. She cried for a few days.
I
Then
heard
the
Queen
second,
Ashley. Yeah, I heard Queen
yes,
Ashley
uh,
cried.
Queen Ashley was the second woman who cried that Buddy's taken. Rash Dawn also cried. Dave Simpson also cried that when they came to know that Buddy W is not available in the
That's
market.
yeah, that's my Malaysian bitch. That's my
uh,
no,
2D
Ratchet's been
cried.
pretty cool, man.
2D cried, but 2D is in denial that he cried, but he cried a lot.
He took the spiritual way out. And Dave, well, he just kind of wanted to get a one-on-one fab session going.
Dave said, "Okay, buddy, I cannot get you uh, for the whole life, but I can get a fab. So why don't you just give me an online fab?
Yeah,
Because
we'll try to. We're going to take the iPad with us so we can try to get some online shit going on.
hmm
But now
so
it will be a $6.99 charge, and the Buddy Fat Time Live in Hampton Inns T-shirts will be coming out next Friday.
exclusively on Armando Vargas Live.
Right, and a nude cockpit will only be on the coffee mugs.
Buddy, 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 buddy.
Yeah, I miss the pow pow advertisement, man. You know, to the truck right, because I always followed it up with a pow pow. You know what I mean? I kind of miss it, man. No, actually, I do not miss those constant spamming posts. I have to be honest. I do not miss them at all, man.
uh, I just I just received a report that Ryan Kanushi was online here earlier this morning,
I did see him for a few minutes today, just in the YouTube chat. He said hi.
and they say that he was posting rash tweets.
Was no, I don't know. I didn't stay here long. He could have. He could have.
Armando Vargas, my Lord Vargas, honest Pakistani trying to reach his Lord Vargas. Please respond. Armando Vargas, Pakistani to Armando Vargas.
I'll be right
My,
back, Packy. I'm also checking motels here. I'm here, but
okay,
Yeah, I'll be
Okay,
right
buddy. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna try to speak to my Lord. Paki to Armando. Do you copy? Honest Paki to Armando. Do you copy? Lord Armando, your subservient servant Paki is calling for your help. Armando Vargas. Armando Vargas. Armando Vargas. My Lord Vargas, can you are you busy right now? Are you doing something? Can you pop up on the panel? Could you come on the mic? Tudi brother, I have added you. Why aren't you joining the panel? Tudi,
What's up,
Tudi.
Peggy? You hear me?
Oh, my Lord Vargas, thank you. Thank you for responding to my prayers. My Lord, I have an issue with you. Earlier this morning, Mrs. Vargas was on the YouTube chat and she was ridiculing me for no reason. I thought we had resolved the past issues.
Oh, I I think she has reason for the same reason you just called yourself that you're a proud gay man.
Where I don't go gay on you anymore, my lord. My lord, my lord. That was my lord Armando Vargas. We
Yeah,
lost it.
I just
That
can't.
we're gonna
I'm
we're
playing.
gonna try to
I'm playing rap in
reconnect.
the background, and I can't barely hear you because I'm hearing something.
Okay, my lord, we are having difficulties connecting to my lord Vargas. We're gonna continue our conquest to get those answers. And Mrs. Vargas is going full throttle on me for no reason. I think for the sheer
Peggy, you need to understand that we're people, and if you're willing to call yourself a faggot, everyone else could disrespect you. That's the reason why I tell you not to defile yourself.
for the mere sheer reason, I think Mrs. Vargas is going through a difficult time with my lord, and she sees me
Miss
as a
Vargas is
punching,
not going to respect you until you respect yourself.
and she sees me as a punching bag, and she comes out and uh, she comes out and
No, not.
uh,
I'm not getting
take
into the.
out.
I'm not getting gonna get into an argument with Miss Vargas because of
Uh,
you
she she
defiling
comes
yourself.
out. She comes out and take out all those frustration on me because I'm the easiest target available. We have further reasons to believe that Mrs.
Hey,
Vargas
Peggy.
is.
Hey, Peggy, you never been on the rabbit thing?
No, I cannot add rabbit because I'm using a phone. So
Don't you have an iPhone?
I don't have an iPhone. I have a Samsung and it's Android.
And download Rabbit Watch. And as soon as you
I
download that,
I
you'll be good.
did I did, my lord. I downloaded the app. I signed in, but uh, I was unable to find you. The link you said, the link you said, I was unable to find you over there. So hey, John Tudor, why don't you join me, brother? I'm not on an iPhone, Paki. Oh, Denise, that's Denise. Welcome, Denise. Welcome. John Tudor, why don't you join me, my brother? John Tudor. RJ Paki's a queer dude. Tried to get some new content. That's an old line you have been saying for the past 5 or 6 weeks. Try to come up with something new. Uh, Pay me no mind. Shame on you for rejecting my creator Ronin. Crypto stream, no words for you because nothing for you because you're an Arab animal. Russell Anshaw, hello sir. What did Salman Rushdie say? Salman Rushdie is a maniac. He has some kind of perverted ideas. He even said something really bad about Queen Elizabeth. I, I just don't know why they gave him the title of a sir. But Jews are behind it, so it's okay. My Lord Vargas, it's okay. He's busy. John Tudor again. John Tudor, please join me. John Tudor, please join me. Queen Ashley slash Jose, join me. Dave Simpson, please join me. Russell Unshaw, please join me. Rash Dawn, Creepy Fuckface, please join me. Anybody, please join me. I'm all by myself. Uh, I'm all by myself. I have nothing else to say. Okay, okay. Mm. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, come from oh, Susanna, oh, Susanna. Oh, don't you cry for me, Bobo. Well, I come from Alabama with my banjo on my knee, and I'm bound from Louisiana, my own true love for to see. It did it did rain all night the day I left. The weather was bone dry. The
What?
sun was so. Hello, Russell. Hello, Russell, ladies and
Hello.
gentlemen.
How are you?
Breaking, our ladies and gentlemen, we are getting an update. Russell Runshaw, the man from Canadian borders, Russell
Oh,
Unshaw is with us.
how are you doing today, my good man?
Uh, I am doing great.
That is
Thank you
good.
for asking. It's very nice of you.
Have you
Russell Unshaw. Yes,
have you made sure that your security area was secure from bad people? No
I
burglars or robbers.
I don't give a shit about being the area secure or
You
unsecure.
must do your job good, and you will
I
be
don't give a
recognized.
shit about doing my job, Russell, because I'm getting
You
paid
will
for it.
never excel with a bad attitude like that. You must
I'm
put
I
yourself
don't
in
want
what
to
you
get
do.
expelled. I would love to be expelled instead of getting excelled. Ladies and gentlemen, Russell Unshaw is with us at my Lord's channel, Armando Vargas Live. You're listening to Honest Pakistani, and
You
Russell
must.
Unshaw is trying to imitate my accent, but
No,
unfortunately,
no, it is not.
Russell
I
Russell's
am.
accent is more Indian
It
than
is
being
from
a
India.
Pakistani accent.
It is from India, not from Pakistan.
It is an
Well,
honor. It is an
maybe
honor for
maybe
yes,
from the
yes,
Punjab.
yes, Russell. It is an honor for me to acknowledge the fact that I used to work in a 7-Eleven store.
7-Eleven.
I used I used to work on these Slurpee machines. It
Oh,
gave me a lot of experience, and I learned a lot. The people I met and the people I refused to uh, let them into my store were amazing people. But
well,
right now, I'm not anymore a 7-Eleven store clerk. I'm a security guard right now. It's a lame job. It's true. I was a lonely security guard, but I found Armando Vargas, and it helped me a lot. So Russell Unshaw, How are things going with you and your friend like Serge, who's kind of missing in action right now?
Yeah, he hasn't been around, which is kind of nice, I guess. I mean, if he's on the chat just making little whiny comments, it's not a big deal. But on here, it's certainly monotonous. I don't know.
Russell,
Maybe he could learn, and actually humble a little bit and actually listen, instead of
Russell,
always.
okay, Russell, do you think like Serge's absence has something to do with His Majesty King Richard banishing him?
Well, I would imagine that has a lot to do with the physical part of it, but he doesn't have much support for sitting for people that are on the chat listening to him continuously talk and whine and overpower and patronize and play word pop quiz games over and over for a long period of time. So it's kind of a relief. I mean, there's certain times you'll come on to the chat and he's on there and I just leave. Not worth listening to that. But,
But
he sees it differently than everybody else. So I
Russell,
guess that's,
how can you just ignore the pure intention behind it? Because the pure intention behind all this was Lyserge trying to teach us that what's going on this world.
well, he sees a lot different person in the mirror than most others. So to try to get through that is quite big. I mean, to try to psychoanalyze the guy, you probably need two or three different analysts to be able to come up with all the phobias and the
So
disorders
do
for names.
so do so do you believe that Lyserge was suffering some kind of a phobia, some kind of mental disorder?
Well, I mean, what is it? Is it a disorder that interferes with life and whatnot? Probably to a point, being that he can't get along with anybody, couldn't be trained, couldn't be employed because I couldn't see him getting, along with anybody for any exact time. So that can affect a person quite a bit. And for somebody not to see why, there is a problem. When you just reflected, oh, it's everybody else, it's not me, but you're left alone with nothing. Some people don't have that ability to say, well, time to humble myself. I guess I am a goof. But
Hey Russell, a serious question. Uh,
serious.
why Lyserge is single for the past like 3 or 4 years, or more than 4 years?
Well, could he be humble with a mate there? I doubt it. He'd start patronizing her, criticizing, saying how much greater he is, even though he wouldn't have a job, and she'd probably be supporting him. So, there's not much
So
attraction there, is it?
Lyserge has no job.
Well, I can't see him having a job because he keeps talking about all these different trades he's been in for an hour or two. And with that attitude, I've never known anybody like that. And I couldn't see him being able to be trained or working with anybody in a group or team kind of atmosphere.
So how Lyserge is providing himself a living?
Well, he probably, like most people do in that situation, they somehow sponge off their parents or inheritance or indirect like that and get a government pension by bullshit. Oh, I got a problem. I can't work. My head's too stupid. Or whatever excuse they make for getting a long term disability. And they live that way. But usually they get from their
So is
parents.
it
Some,
possible to get a disability without
well,
being
sure.
disabled?
One of my favorite pet peeves is conning. Well, certain people can con their doctors, and once the doctor signs off, it's more or less like gold. Like it's the final Supreme Court authority. Nobody argues with it. Your doctor gives you a note saying Lyserge is too stupid to get along with anybody, can't be employed. He's got some sort of personality disorder that keeps him from being able to support himself. Therefore, he has a mental disorder that will justify and give him a disability from the government.
So how much I can get from the government?
It's pretty shitty, actually. It's like, I think, but you do get benefits like medical and different things that you can get paid for. But what I've heard is something like $900 a month or something, 800 or nine. So it's just
No,
dog shit.
but but with $900, you cannot. How you gonna pay the rent? How you gonna pay
Well, you
for your
can.
car?
But if you live at home under your dad's roof and he's got a bit of money put away, or he's got some equities or property, you can sell that and can manage to live on $900 a month by not paying any rent, any power, or anything else, just maybe a bit of food. And then you can yak on the internet all day and go, yo, I'm a superior being. So, think of it. If you live for free under somebody else's roof, what are your expenses? That $900 to buy you, maybe even a car and some insurance.
But still, like even I drive a cheap car and it's cost me like 346 point 66
Yeah,
plus insurance and the
exactly.
registration.
Well, it does for everybody, Packy. I mean, sometimes the best way to get a car is to get that 0% financing. Pay your, whatever it is a month, 250, depending on the car you get.
No,
And then
it's a zero APR.
but you don't
It's a
have any
zero APR.
maintenance costs. You don't have any maintenance costs. So you got fuel and tires, right? Brakes,
No, the
unless
maintenance
you're
is
an idiot
done for
brake
like,
driver, shouldn't
so
come up
like
for a
for
couple of
two
years.
years the maintenance is covered and it's zero APR.
Yeah, but there
But
shouldn't be
still,
any maintenance.
it's a shitty car. It's a Corolla 2015, but you know, it's not a Range Rover or something like this. But still, it's a cheap car. But still, I have
Yeah,
to pay like 346 for
yeah,
the car and
yeah,
the insurance. You have to
yeah.
pay like 100 something.
Yeah, everybody
So
has to pay that. It's not cheap driving a vehicle. Like I say, like there's ways to do it. I mean, I'm a mechanic, so I drive a '98 car that runs like a new car. I replace it with all parts coming from an auto wrecker. So I don't pay anything. I recycle. Maybe I put new shocks in and plugs. That's it. And it runs smooth. It's really nice. It's as nice as any new car. I mean, I've had my fast cars and really new cars and Mustangs and blowers on them and everything. So I don't really need to impress. And this thing works as good as any new car. But that's me. That's not for everybody. I basically think, oh, I can drive this car for nothing. And yeah, I still have to pay gas and
no, but
tires.
900 on just 900, it's
Yeah, I know it's dog shit.
okay. 900 from the disability
Yeah,
and he gets social security also,
no,
like food stamps or
not
something.
at 42. All he'd be eligible for would be that, and then he gets the GST refunds or whatever. He's not going to get any income tax. But like I say, on $900 a month, if you pay absolutely no rent to anybody, your power, or telephone, or any other utilities, it's not bad. You can manage to live. I mean, that was a guy would $250 a week or 220 or whatever it is to buy what you need, cigarettes or something, for your mouth or whatever like that to keep it going. You can survive on it. It's not like you're going out for dinner every night or driving a, Lincoln or a Shelby, but you survive. And then you get angry
So
and you
what
can
about
come on
kids?
the internet
So
and
what
blame
about
everybody
kids
else.
and
Huh?
so what about kids and wife?
Kid?
Like
What?
Lyserge is gonna have any kids or
Well, he's 42 right now. I'm pretty sure he's pretty well etched into his lifestyle. So he'll probably just age and get angrier and angrier at the world and have his ideology and fight with everybody. And it'll always be everybody's fault for his own failures. So not much hope. As you get older, you're going to get more and angry unless you can see in the mirror, look, you're an idiot. You should try to
but
change
dude,
that.
we should help Lyserge.
Eh?
We should help
How?
him instead of
He's impossible. He's impossible. He doesn't see it.
in, instead
Unless
of
he can
instead of
see.
instead of
Unless
like
he sees.
turning him down. Let's try to approach him like humbly, like, oh Lyserge, you're my brother, you're
Yeah,
my
again,
sister.
no, it doesn't work for those types. There's only a certain amount of time, and they'll know. That you're trying to humble them by humiliation. But hey, it's not really worth worrying about. It's not important in anybody's life, really. It's just a figure on a YouTube chat. End of story. And he
Okay,
can be annoying. Well, really, what is he? Does he interfere with your life in any way? We just turn off the YouTube chat if he's on. He's
so
just a
is it
non-entity. Poor guy.
is it possible? Is it possible that Lysers might be having any like drug issues or
I don't know. He doesn't really sound like it. I think he's just got an overactive head, like really adrenalized up there. There's a lot of anger and frustration because people don't see this great person that has all the answers or the best ideology on how to run a world or even a chat, for that matter. He's got delusions of grandeur. It's in there if you look it up. There's all the symptoms. And that's part of the anti personality disorders analysis. Is it extreme? Kind of, but not. It's enough to keep him out of a career or out of being socially acceptable. But I could be totally wrong too. Like I said, I've never come across a person like that. And I used to instruct and train people, in different.
Rash dawn?
Who?
It's integrate. It's integrate, not integrate. So just to let you know, it's integrate. It's not integrate. You don't even know how to spell it. So stop
Actually,
judging.
leave the Islamists alone. They have enough to deal with that.
Stop judging me. And my brother is here. Adrian, join me, brother. Adrian, join me, brother. My brother from Belgium is here. Adrian Van Meer or Van Amir, and you're right, Russell. This guy is a Islamist. He has some very hardcore beliefs on
Well, they
Islam,
do.
which I
They
see
do all
that
the. Well, they have like
he's from
I don't
Malaysia,
know. That's another tough
he,
shell to crack. Is some of those Islamists? They're just so like, no, this is the way. It will be Sharia, and if you don't convert, we will turn. That's
Allahu Akbar,
they're just so wound up that their way, their way. I always
and
wonder why do they live here if they hate the ways and the culture and the morale? Why do they come and then just hate and say no? We will come and bring our crap with us.
Russell,
You left
Russell,
that country because Islamism
Russell,
failed.
Russell, have you noticed? Have
What?
you noticed that
What?
Rash Don is a Malaysian, and he's so Arab. He's so Arabized. Like he is Arabized. He's Arab. He's completely Arab influenced. His his beliefs are completely Arab influenced because he wants to impose his beliefs on others, same as Lyserge.
Well,
He,
exactly. It's
if
always
Lyserge is a radical,
they're
so is
authoritarian.
Rash Don.
They're authoritarians, which is they want to direct and control. Now, authoritarian doesn't mean that they want to be the leader or the dictator or whatnot, but they follow one. We will follow this man, this Ajam Chowdhury, and we will take over. That's the thing. But they're authoritarian because they believe, they all want to be Matawis, walk around and beat people. And what are you wearing? You will not do this. Beat, and they'll beat you into submission. That's what they
But
dream about. I will be a
but
Matawi and you will do as you're told, or I will
but
kill you.
see Russell, this thing is so counterproductive. They
I
have
know.
they have
Again, they just
made
have all this hate. They have all
they
this
have
hate.
made
And they go
everybody
to the
hates
mosque,
Islam
and the
now.
mosque blames all the Western ideals, all the
Yeah,
Western morals, all those people. They're to blame for all your
and
failures, your
and
unemployment.
see Russell, because of them, everybody hates Islam now. Everybody hates Islam now because of them. Because of them,
They
the
brought it on
way
themselves. I mean, like you'll have ones that maybe don't support the means, as meaning, the terrorist actions and that, but they support the cause, which is, Sharia dominated. We should be allowed to impose our own rules. Women aren't
no, but
allowed in this
Sharia.
cafe. And
Okay, okay, Russell. I'm gonna ask you a question. Where is Sharia? There is no Sharia in this world right now.
no, not written as such, but again, it's who interprets it. Somebody could call it a Sharia, but it could be just like the dictatorship of Stalin or whatnot, like
Okay,
that, with a
okay,
bunch of people
okay.
with a different clothing
Let me
on
give
with
you
a
an
gun to your
example.
head the same
Let
way.
me give you an example. Russell,
It's an
let me give you an
excuse for
example.
power and control. End of
Okay,
story.
yes, yes,
The
that's
cloaked and
it's an
noble
excuse.
cause.
It's an excuse. Okay,
It's a
okay. Let me give you an example. I was threatened in Dubai for this by a police officer, and he said that if you should keep your beliefs and your opinions with yourself, because the way you are saying it, even having a difference of opinion here is going against the king, going against the sheikh. And if you have a disopinion, you are calling the whole system as as not being right. Okay, what happened that there was a French woman. She was an entertainment singer, or I'm not sure what she was. And there was this Egyptian guy who was kind of a very known UAE artist, uh, like UAE stage artist. So what happened that this guy with two other Emiratis, UAE national, raped this French woman, and they got her intoxicated and they left her somewhere. They just dumped her, like I'm not sure, they dumped her in her car and everything. And somebody found her and they called the police. And this is on the newspaper. And then she reported that she was raped. And instead of arresting them, she was arrested for having extra marital sex, having sex outside of a marriage. So number one, is that Sharia?
who knows? I mean, Sharia.
No,
Who
no.
writes it though?
How? No,
Who
how?
writes it?
See,
Who writes it?
see,
Is
Sharia,
it in a
Sharia. Who?
hadith?
There is no written laws, but
Well,
God
it's
says, God says in the Quran, I love
wow,
those.
it's all bullshit. Again,
I love.
it's just a
I say,
totalitarian dictatorship
no, no.
under the guise of
See, Russell,
Sharia.
see. God says that I would love those who believe in the cause of justice, who believe in justice. He said, I love those who believe in justice, regardless of their caste, creed, or color, who believe in justice. So, if now that's the Quranic, like a superior authority in the Quran. So, is that justice?
But what is
Like,
justice again? It sounds militaristic again. Justice means we will get revenge. We got justice. The word is again twisted. It means revenge or death or take over again.
no, but
Justice.
justice.
We
See,
got
if
justice.
somebody's raped, she should be just. She should receive justice.
Well, of course, yeah, but are you talking about India or Pakistan with that law where they
No,
get?
I'm talking about Dubai, the
Oh,
cosmopolitan,
okay,
the one and only,
Dubai,
the
yeah.
the leading country. And that's an actual. And what happened, that woman had to compromise. So Dubai court gave her a sentence, and she had to compromise. The sheikh then pardoned her sentence as being generous. And see, this is a whole drama. And do you call this a Sharia? If that is Sharia, sir, so I'm a Muslim, being a Muslim by birth, and I say piss on this Sharia. Fuck this Sharia. So this is not Sharia. Sharia means the rule of
But
God.
Paki, like I said before, it's the individuals that interpret it as such. It's not written anywhere. It's not Allah coming down going, Sharia. No, it's these imams and the Chowdhuries who go, this is Sharia. But all they are is
Exactly.
tin pot dictators
Exactly.
that wrap it
Exactly.
in a noble cause, but they are the ones that are just like any other tin pot dictator. And they
Exactly.
utilize the Koran and different writings interpreted by them for their conquestual leadership. So who cares what
Exactly.
they call it? It's all the same.
Russell, I cannot agree with you anymore, but you are so right.
Well, I mean, it's pretty easy to see. I mean, they look so similar as to all the other dictatorial types. There's no difference. They just
So
wear
so
goofier clothing and quote stupider paragraphs.
so rash dawn is the same thing.
Well, they believe this. I bet it's like anybody that needs a belief. They put this belief. I've found it. I'm the one that found the only truth. And everybody that doesn't think it is dumb. I'm the only one that's enlightened enough. And everybody needs that kind of belief. It's a God gene, you know. Oh, something is more powerful than me. It's not. It's not we aren't just the end here, you know. Never mind Big
Uh,
Bang. There's
okay,
got to
Russell.
be somebody.
Hey,
It's
Russell,
just a
have you
need.
heard?
I don't
Okay,
care. I don't put people down for their need. They just need it.
okay,
I haven't
Russell,
really
have you
needed
heard?
it.
Okay, Russell, have you ever heard this thing that think of the devil and the devil is there?
Again, it's this devil and God. Oh, there's bad
No.
and then there's
If
good.
you
It just
if you
represents
mention
that.
Lyserge and
Oh,
Lyserge is there, so ladies and gentlemen, Lyserge is
Nolan.
with us. Lyserge, please join us.
No, I can't listen to that guy. Robert
Robert.
Johnson, wasn't he a blues guy? Yeah. No. I know I've listed some of his stuff. It's pretty good. I got to go out for a minute.
Demelo, your voice is very low. Your voice is very low. Your voice is very low.
Wasn't that Ronnie Hawkins who was saying going down to Georgia looking for
Can you hear him, Russell?
devil down in Georgia looking for a soul to steal? Yeah. No, I don't. I don't remember the movie. I might have seen it though. Johnny Be Good. We must have done that song. Had to have
Johnny,
done that song 500
Johnny be good. Johnny be good from the Back to the Future. Johnny be good from Back to the Future, right? Okay, Jose Demelo, can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Okay. Do you think this accent is much uh, nicer than the previous crying one? It's kind of low, but I can hear you now. It's okay, Demelo. You don't use that word fucking that often, but it's okay. As I can see, Lyserge is present right now. So, can somebody please add Lyserge? We need Lyserge on the panel. Can somebody please add Lyserge? Yes, he's on the YouTube chat.
All right.
Can you add him? I
Who's
just
gonna
found
add
his
him?
address. I added him. Nolan, just kidding. You added Lyserge to this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the man of the hour, a Lyserge, the wisdom of all time, the man who believes in knowledge. The pure intention behind his rhetoric is that he wants to spread his knowledge. He wants to educate the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who's living on 900 bucks, it's an incredible achievement to live on 900 US dollars. The man who's going to join us, he's gonna show us the way he cons the government. He pulls the short con and the long con. He is getting a disability by not being a disabled, but the he gets the benefit. The anticipation is getting harder and harder. Ladies and gentlemen, Lyserge is going to join us within a moment. Russell, please stay with us. Demelo, please stay with us. Your Majesty, please stay with us.
Hey,
The
HP.
wisdom of all.
You were
Yes,
talking last night about that tragedy about over 130 something kids. When did that happen?
Oh, let me give you this right here.
I'm sorry, Packy. The Council on Lysurge has not authorized him to come into voice, so we can't add him quite yet. Sorry.
Hey, Richard,
Oh my
how you
God.
doing?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Peshawar APS attack. But why? Your Majesty, why? Can I plead for mercy?
Well, you have to talk to Armando. Basically, the council meets on Fridays to determine his behavior throughout the week, and then we vote on whether or not we should allow him back into the chat. And that's just how it works. So go complain to Armando about it, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. But, he just has to demonstrate that he's not going to come in here and do what he's done in the past before we'll allow him back in. It's just the way it is.
Be disruptive, right?
Okay. Okay.
Exactly. He's just too disruptive to be in
Okay.
here. He's too childish.
Okay. Okay. Jose 16, December 16th, 2014, 148 kids, including the
Oh,
seven attackers. Do you want me to give you a link?
that was 3 years ago, eh?
Exactly.
And that was in where'd you say Peshawar?
Yes, Peshawar,
Mm,
the my city.
okay.
Let me give you a link. Let me post a link
Yeah,
for you.
yeah. Put it on the hangout there.
Okay, so I post the Wikipedia link just for you.
Don't call me sir, man.
Okay. But I'm just kind of very kind of like I was expecting to meet like Serge, but His Majesty is very authoritative.
You blame him?
No. His Majesty, he's the king. He can do whatever he wants.
But
He's the crown.
Packy, listen, we know why you would want to invite Lyserge on here. It's for your own entertainment to watch the circus. You shouldn't do that. We know what you want to invite him for. To watch a circus to be entertained.
No, but I need to educate myself. I want to learn something from research. He's full of knowledge.
Yeah, but you're not going to learn much if he's going to be sniping people and stuff.
Uh,
There's
uh,
lots of different places you can pay word pop quiz.
The
okay,
problem is,
Russell.
Packy, that with all the knowledge he may have, other people also have knowledge, and he doesn't allow that other knowledge that may disagree with his opinion to be expressed, and it just turns into a yelling match where he has to be right all the time and nobody else could ever make their point because he comes right out and says that it's justifiable to interrupt everybody that he believes is wrong. And that's a childish form of behavior. And we just don't tolerate that in this room anymore from him or anyone else.
Right
Why
on.
would we? It's a clusterfuck of
Yeah.
I'm right and I get to interrupt everybody versus all the other adults who want everybody to be able to speak their mind and come to a sensible conclusion. He's just not like that, and he has to change in order to be welcomed back.
Like search, could you try to change? Because people are not gonna let you come back on the panel, and just to let your struggle continue. Would you like to compromise on this? Would you like to sacrifice on your attitude and change? And Russell, according to Rashton, I'm not a Muslim. According to Rashton, I'm not a Muslim because I do not agree with him. So Rashton is one of those who are giving recognition to people whether they are Muslim or they are non-Muslim. Even though I thought I was
Wear
a
it,
Muslim.
wear it like a badge of honor. When an Islamist says that you're not what he is, which is a conquestual hate monger, wear it as a badge of honor. Say no, I'm from America.
So I should be happy for not being a Muslim.
Not a radical, hateful Muslim. Who cares if you're just a Muslim that believes in something? But if you put it to that we're going to take over the world, or you must do what I do, and you should wear this, and not listen to that. Yeah,
Okay,
I feel proud not to be that.
okay. But if I say that I'm a Muslim, but I'm not an animal, would that be right? I think I lost connection.
No, you didn't lose
Uh,
connection.
uh, I,
The
I
connotation
didn't.
behind it, man. When you put the animal in there,
But see,
you're
but
good at
see,
doing that, eh?
but see, Jose, I put that link. Did you check that link? Like killing 148 kids. Is
I'm gonna
that
check it out
is
right now,
that
man.
is that a religion? Is
No,
that
man.
what God
No,
told you to
that's
do?
not a religion, man. Come on.
So could you believe 148 kids, like little kids?
That's not a religion. You know,
I think that was something. See, we believe that God has given you free will to
right?
choose the right way or the wrong way, and that free will made him do that. And after that, they received God's pu- punishment, immediate punishment.
Yeah, I'm looking at it
But
right now, man.
see, 148 kids died for no reason. But it surely united the nation. Everybody said that okay, there's no such thing as good Taliban and bad Taliban.
Right.
There's only bad Taliban, and see what happened.
But look, this thing with these killers or terrorists or whatever you want to call them, attaching religion to their cause. I have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Um,
But see, Russell, Rash, Dawn, and Anjum Chaudhary are the same thing. They both share the basic idea that that their belief is the chosen belief, and their belief is the one which should be practiced
Exactly.
by
for
everyone.
the people.
But all others feel the same, like Turkey, Erdogan in Turkey feels the same. All the little tin pot authoritarians feel the same. That Steve, he's another one. We have found
Christos,
the truth. We have found the truth, and all you are wrong, and we will one day
uh,
take over. We will rule. It's the
a
same
crypto
fucking
team is an
bullshit
Arab
over and over.
animal. A
It's
crypto
the
team
same
is an
bullshit.
Arab animal.
But it's
Crypto
always
team
the
is an Arab
same
animal.
thing. Take over, conquest. We will rule our
Take
way,
over.
us. All the
Take
fucking
over.
time, no matter how much
A
bullshit
my
people.
my way or the highway. The mind
Me,
or the
we
highway.
will take over our way. You are wrong. We will. We are strong. You are weak. Fuck off. That's why I feel like hooking them.
And Russell, you're right. If they so hate your way, why would they leave their countries and come to your country? That's strange.
No, it's called cowardice. They're too cowardice to go to Iraq and fight for the real cause. They'd rather blow up little kids in buses
Yeah,
or other
yeah.
things like that. They're just weak pieces of fucking scum. They should be obliterated. They should be annihilated and gone like a disease. Over. You can't change their attitude. They're too locked in, too stupid.
Well, they're a
They're
cancer.
losers. And they're losers. They are unemployable, stupid, unskilled pieces of shit. And they should be eliminated. Sorry.
The crypto team is saying fuck you, Paki and Russell.
Well, of course.
Uh,
I'm saying it for their or for their benefit.
you're an old man, Russell. You cannot do anything.
Oh yeah,
Like
whatever.
crypto, like
Hey, I'm getting the reaction that I fucking want. Why do you think I said it directly to them? They're going to retaliate with their little childish wimpism. We are the strong ones. Fuck off, you worms.
but see, do you know, Russell? Most of these Islamists are living on welfare. They are taking money from the same government,
Right.
and then they
That's what
ditch.
I mean. They're
ditch
the scum of the planet.
Yeah.
They're a
There you go.
hypocritical piece of crap.
Thank you,
That's what
Russell.
they are. That's why they're mad. They want to be somebody. They want to be Matawis, which is the Islamic police. They want to walk around and beat people to do as they say. They have dreams of that because they're
Matav,
losers. They can't
Matav,
get jobs or anything normal. They're just losers, scum of the
let,
planet,
let me search for
and
Matav.
angry. And they have so much built up angry. That's how they get it. It's the West's fault that I am a loser. I will get you back. You. I should have a new car and a good job and do nothing. I should just sit at home and have it given to me. I am deserving. So they're just, fuck.
Yeah.
I've got no time for them. I just drive over them if they're in front of me. They're not, well, they're not humans. They're not. They're just pieces of fucking flesh that are just a burden on the planet. Get away. There's nothing positive that comes with them. All they want to do is kill and conquest and take
Yeah,
over.
but my opinion
They don't
is
want to produce anything but shit.
they're all fucking servants of the devil. That's my opinion.
That's, yeah. I mean, I'll put
Yeah,
it
yeah,
there
but
too.
I agree with you.
I don't believe in your devils and stuff, but yeah, I know what it means. And
Yeah.
I agree. There's things that should be eliminated. They're a disease. They're a sickness. They are a threat, and they're not getting any better. They just get, woo, we're getting more. We're waiting in the Trojan horse, and we will get you. I don't like that. That's a threat. I like to
Yeah.
eliminate threats, even if it's bluffing by a bunch of cowards to make an example. This is what you get.
I mean, that's the lowest of the low, man. To do that to children, man. Innocent children.
That's what I mean. They'll sit there and put, like in Gaza, they'll have all their orphanages and everything right in the rockets so they can
Hmm.
get sympathy from the world. Go, oh, look how bad this really, la, 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 la. And they'll be firing rockets and everything and hiding all their guns in there. And then, oh, look it. They're full of shit. And the UN's on, it's a bunch
Yeah,
of
man.
lies. And they consistently do that. And they couldn't care less about their kids. Because, like Golda Meir said, the day we'll have peace is when they love their children more than they hate us.
They're. That's well
You
said,
know,
man. That's the truth.
They even have strategies. Have as many kids as you can so you can make them martyrs. We will take over in numbers. It's just a sickness.
Yeah.
Yeah, they believe in that. Like have a lot of kids and go, and
Yeah.
that's gonna help them.
Right. And then they
Yeah,
start.
and guess why? Again, in the name of conquest. Conquest. We will take over by numbers.
Yeah. And then they
It's
start
too much for
pointing.
me.
And Islam is gonna rule the world.
They
And
start
then I hear
poisoning
all the then I
their
hear all the
kids, man.
bullshit. I hear all the bullshit come out of the supporters, that have a certain way of getting into liberal, stupid minds. Going, oh no, you must make laws to protect us. All the bad people hate us. Oh. And all it is getting their foot in there to change all the laws so they have put their little Sharia state within a state.
Yeah.
There you go. And then they'll say, what?
They
This is
poison their
our end.
little minds from a young age, and but by the time these kids are like 14, 15,
Oh,
they're ready to be
they're taught. In
suicide bombers.
Gaza and the West Bank, if you look at the literature they get in schools, they're taught to hate Jews from like when they're born. Everything wrong in the world is Jewish, and it's just a
Yeah.
sickness, and they allow it. And the UN goes, "Oh well, they're bad." Well, if they're so bad, why didn't Jordan and fucking Egypt give Gaza and the West Bank to the Palestinians from 1949 to 67 when they had them, when they occupied them? No, they didn't want to. So it's all a hypocrisy again.
The
Why
UN
didn't
is a
they?
joke.
And because they didn't give them that land, why don't they offer them some more land, like on the east bank of the Jordan River, part of Jordan, or even in Gaza, part of Egypt? Here you go, get some more land. They won't even do that, will they? So they're a bunch of fucking lying hypocrites.
Yeah, man.
They're a bunch of stupids. Fuck off, you crap. Really?
uh, 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 but Russell, Israel is not an angel too. Israel is
I
involved in
know. I know. Look, I
a lot
don't
of
speak for. Now listen, I've looked at the history a lot of the Israeli conflict, and I know that. I know there's all sorts of atrocities on both sides. Yes, and we're not going to make excuses that it can't happen.
Yeah.
But you can't have an angel on one side when the devil continuously does. I'm not making excuses,
Mhm.
you know. But if somebody just keeps on coming up and blowing you up and stabbing you, you might shoot the guy because you didn't like his look, and we won't make excuses why, but things like that happen. There's just a lot of stress.
no, but
I'm not
it's
making excuses. I mean, it
but
happens on both
see,
sides, but there's
but
no
see, Russell,
answer.
see, I'm not a smart person, but I just don't understand that Saudi Arabia has relationship with Israel. but they kind of
Yeah,
influence Palestinians to go and kill
we
Jews
could
and
again.
Israelis.
It's
I just don't
that covert
understand what's that. That's being that.
relationship with Saudi Arabia is kind of an agreement, like on the Iran thing and whatnot. That that Israel, if there's any kind of, they're there to take the final trump card. But yeah, there's a lot of behind the scenes, even with Egypt. Not so much anymore with Israeli and Saudi relationship. More than people really know, because the official standing for the people and the rest of the Arabs is that they're enemies still at war. They never made it. They never made a peace or treaty. They just had an armistice. So yeah, there's more to it than you know, but it's probably a lot to do with money and arms, selling the
But
world.
but but see, it is strange. ISIS never attacked Israel. Saudi Arabia never attacked Israel, but they kind of
Yeah, they did it
promote
for
every each of
Saudi Arabia was there in '49.
against the
Yeah,
Arab
yeah,
Israeli war.
yeah. In 1949, first one.
Okay,
Check it out.
okay, I don't.
1967 was Jordan, Syria, Egypt. Who else? Oh, Iraq. The stupid bastards. What did they do? They didn't do much.
But
Check it out.
Saudi Arabia was not even a power in 1949, or
Well,
was?
they tried a little bit, but they got beat. But they never did sign a peace treaty or nothing. It was just an armistice, like like in Korea and whatnot, where you don't really have a treaty. You just help the fight and demilitarize. So, but um, yeah, there's more to it. There's a lot of underhand thing going. Saudi Arabia is real. That people
Okay,
would be surprised.
according to Crypto's team,
Big money.
The Arab animal just labeled me as a traitor of Islam. A Saudi royal family are traitors to Islam, just like Paki is. Now the strange thing is that Crypto's team is distinguishing Saudi royal family from the Saudis, but he is so ignorant that he is ignoring the fact that the mindset behind is a Saudi, a, not a Saudi royal family mindset. It is a Saudi mindset as a journal, or I would say that it is a Arab mindset as journal.
Don't worry about those two, Paki. Just feel content in yourself. But they're not. Imagine how much importance that those two have in your life. Zero. So put it where it should be in that context. Zero. Feel good.
Uh,
I like to be attacked by assholes. I feel good, like I've got under their skin. Makes me go good. I'll get under your skin more. You have little slime dogs.
Ladies and
So feel
gentlemen,
proud that they're attacking you. It means you're doing something.
ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Armando Vargas live, and Rash Dawn, the Malaysian Arab, and Christos team, the Arab animal, the original Arab animal, have joined hands, and they have formed an allegiance against honest Pakistanis, the only real Muslim on this chat right now. Uh, for further updates, Russell Earnshaw is an excellent uh, mm, is an excellent expert on Islam, specifically on Anjum Chaudhry kind of elements. Russell Anjum Chaudhry, why don't they just kick him off?
Anjum Chowdhury. I
Yeah,
am the Imam Grand Mufti Chowdhury. I will take over the world. Kill all of you. Kill
why
all the infidels.
why don't they just kick him off or just
I don't know.
arrest him?
It's the Western world's wimpism. Like, oh, well, yeah,
He roams around free, threatening
I
everyone.
know. I
Like
know.
on CNN, he was saying that the flags are gonna gonna be on every single country, the flag of Islam and everything.
Yeah.
And dude,
But you know what? If you went and shot him like with a marksman or sniper, they just have somebody else and they use them as a martyr. They go, look, they wanted to shoot, so we're getting through. So I guess you might as well just put him in jail and just treat him like a piece of shit, like make him look foolish. But he's in jail right now, starting up an Islam or Sharia inside jail within a jail. They say he's got all the 150 Muslims all ready to attack and everything. It never stops. I mean, it'd be good if he did die naturally. Like somebody gave him some poison or something. But somebody else would take up the cause. But they might not be as creative to be able to get that many people believing. But anywhere else in the world, that man would have had his head chopped off. They would have put him in a guillotine and gone, "You are a threat to the country." But he's in the West, so he gets to do it, right? Imagine if he did that and then that country he wants to be supposedly in. They just chopped his head off. About 12 seconds flat. It's the end of story. Sorry. So he hides in the West, like the others do. The other Islamists always hide in the West.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hearts of Arab Animal Cryptos team and the Arabic influenced Malaysian Rashton are burning, but they don't have the courage to join the panel. Russell Earnshaw is with us at my Lord's channel, Armando Vargas Live. We are dissecting the Muslim religion, Islam in general, what it was and what it has become. Demelo has finished reading the massacre of Peshawar. Demelo, any words, any opinion?
Packy, I just read some of Rash's and the cryptostemes. I guess we've got them pretty high. We have them hot under the collar.
Both are burning because we are speaking the truth. The truth is out, and you don't need to be smart to recognize the truth. A person like me who believes to be below average intelligence can 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 distinguish the truth, and the truth is that Arabs are animal, and and Arab and animals should be caged. They should be put on a leash because living, and that's the law in California. You cannot leave your animal unleashed. So, so Russell, do you think we should put a leash on them?
Well, I see that Steams is Somalian. Isn't that where Anne Hersey Ellis from? I think so. She got FGM by them, right? I guess they do that
I
quite
think
often. FGM in
Chris,
Somalia, it's a big thing, I guess. I find it quite
Somalian, Paki, I'm a
attractive.
Somalian, but I'm honored to be called Arab.
Yeah, but he's
It's
a
the same
Somalian.
thing. Somalians,
They're
you would
bad.
never be, you would be never a crypto team. You can kiss their ass as much as you want. Your
Isn't that the
forefathers,
FGM? That's the FGM capital country, I think, for Islamic
yes.
mutilation.
But see, but
So
see,
they're
the
pretty smart
GCC
there, I
Arabs,
would imagine.
the
Really
GCC
advanced.
Arabs. But see, Russell, regardless that they speak Arabic language or everything, Somalians are treated really badly when they go for Hajj. The way they treat them in Saudi Arabia, in Mecca, the way they push them and they are standing in lines. I
Why?
would
Because
say
they're
that
black? Is that
yes,
was that because they're the Arabic types look down on the black?
exactly. They
Really?
are
Eh?
black
I guess
and they
they
look
do,
like
don't they?
apes.
They're
They
quite
look like
white
apes.
race. Yeah.
And see, the GCC Arabs, they are the one who call themselves as first class Arabs. And
Yeah, I
then you
don't even
have,
know anything about that. I really
oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, uh, generally, they distinguish themselves as Arabs and Ajabs. Like we are Ajabs. So are you, Rashton. They call you Ajab, means the outsider. Regardless of whatever you are, they call you Ajab. So within Arabs, the one GCC ones are the one which are under Gulf Cooperative Council, the GCC Arab, like the seven countries which are oil rich. So they call themselves GCC. So what happens within the GCC? The Saudis are believed to be the real Arabs because Prophet was a Saudi. Prophet was from that part of the country, and the Prophet and the other uh, Khalifas. But the problem is, Russell, it's so strange that among themselves they they are like the first class Arabs, and the Egyptians, the Moroccans, Tunisians, they are like second class Arabs, and then there comes the third class like Sudanese, Somalis, they are like third class Arabs. So I just don't know why would you have them to be your leader? Because I don't understand. I would never want. I would never want to follow someone. I would never follow a person who's an Arab. I don't want him to lead. So, and you guys are just following them, including you, Rashton. You are an Ajab, Ajab, Ajab. You can kiss as much as you want. They were never gonna accept you as an Arab.
Yeah, I didn't know that the Islamic people had such a racist attitude towards classes of Islamists or classes of
It,
Muslim. You are a black Muslim. You are not as good as a brown one. And I am a light brown one. I am better than you. I am
and,
better than you. I am almost white. Shut up, I lead.
and it's even worse than the Hindu caste system, because Hindu caste system is even have some, but this caste system is more
Oh, I know. I
hypocritical than the Hindu caste system. So
because I worked with I grew up with a couple of Hindu kids, and you should have seen them rebel against their parents. They sent them to India and Singapore to school, and then of course Sonny got kicked out. He was corrupting all the kids there, so they kicked him out. Get out! So he came back and just flowed back into us. I mean, he was a westernized kid, and he wasn't the nicest. He did stuff, and it was he was beyond converting. But they tried. They even tried with Madhu too, and that didn't work very well. But that always happened. I knew Lebanese guys and stuff like that, and they just never listened. They'd laugh, what their parents of the religion teach, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah," and this stupid Quran says something about some steed flying around with that Mohammed guy on the back going to one city to the other, and we just started laughing. Right? I can't remember anybody taking their religion seriously when I was young, from where I was anyway. If they came from Muslim or Jewish. I mean, Sean Cohen, we didn't even know he was Jewish. We didn't care. He goes, "Oh yeah, Jewish. We do goofy things, but my parents aren't really into it, so nobody talks about it." And that was about all we ever cared. It wasn't like it made a difference because nobody brought it up while we were doing things. No, just I didn't really know anybody that was religious at all.
okay, it is so strange. There was
But it could have
only
been our crowd too, right? But
o-
nobody. Maybe their parents
okay,
were.
Russell. Okay, Russell. Do you know it is so strange that once a Jewish couple was attacked, and a Bangladeshi Muslim guy intervened, and and he he protected them. And the guys who were attacking those Jewish couple, they beat the shit out of that Bangladeshi guy, and he put his life in risk, and he saved them. And I was reading an article. There was like few family members. They did a walk on in LA somewhere, and they went to a Muslim house, uh, uh, to a house of a Muslim, just to show solidarity, because he was one of those guy who was killed or something. I'm not sure, but see, I've never seen an Arab showing any kind of solidarity towards Jew, because they always blame them for all the mischiefs happening around the world. Russell, your comments,
Well, think
please.
of it. Everywhere there seems to be problems like ethnic ones and whatnot at this point in time, always seems to involve Islam. I mean, whether it's Rohingyas, Uyghurs up in China, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Kyrgyzstan, ah, ah, everywhere, Chechens, Dagestan, the sanctions in Georgia, it seems always Muslim. I mean, okay, Russia, Ukraine isn't really, but that's more of a, well, I guess there's some ethnic. There wasn't before the Russians pulled out, but yeah, it seems to be there's always, Islam involved with the belief thing. As far as like what we find as conflict, we won't talk about North Korea. That's just a retard. But it all seems to do with Islam. I mean, I don't see anybody in South America. I mean, there was those guys fighting in Colombia, FARC there, and then you had those people in Spain and the Pyrenees with Basques. They signed some treaty now. So it seems to be all Islam that has major conflict due to belief, or ethnicity. I guess that's because it hasn't evolved. And it's the latest religion. It came 600 years after, supposedly the other one. Some guy had a wilder idea and wrote a different story. Then you had Joseph Smith write a story and L. Ron Hubbard. Quite the story.
So, Russell, are you an atheist?
I don't like that term. What is that term? A derogatory term from believers of imaginary
Okay.
necessity. I
Are
don't
you an
know. You know
agnostic?
what? I'm
Are
going to
you
tell
an
you what. I'm
agnostic?
going to tell you what. I don't need an answer, so therefore I come to a conclusion. My basic thought goes along with the Big Bang Theory because science, I have to go along with that to a point. But there is no answer for before the Big Bang, why it happened, what equation was needed to make it happen. So therefore, I'm lost. I don't have the capacity to be able to think
So,
beyond
are you
that.
an agnostic?
And then it comes into the fourth dimension, like black holes and that. I can't conceive it. I was only given a human mind. So therefore, I say, I don't know.
So,
And I'm
are you
proud
an
of that.
agnostic?
Another fucking label term. I
Okay.
haven't looked
Are you
into these stupid terms to be able to decipher my thought. I don't go along with anybody or call myself anything. I don't.
okay?
I don't go
Okay.
with
How about
human little groups.
okay?
So I
Okay.
just
How
believe
about
what I
okay?
believe
How
is,
about
like I just said,
how
the
okay?
Big
How
Bang
about
seems to
being an
come to
Armandonian?
fact, and before that,
Armandonian.
there's no answer.
Oh my God. How about being an Armandonian?
I think I'm a Rustler in Cheyenne because I come to my own conclusion. I don't need anybody to influence me, or I don't have to go along with anybody's idea. Nobody's enthralled me with, oh boy, he's got the answer. I'm going to follow that. Until that happens, which it never will, not from a human being. I'll leave it open as I don't really know because I don't have the facts to prove otherwise. I've never met God. I've never met or seen the Big Bang or before it. Therefore, I come to the conclusion, sorry, I don't know. And I'm proud of that. And all you other people that need beliefs, then you have your own, and I won't argue. I don't care. You must have a belief of something greater than man to be able to control. That is fine. God, gene, and all. But anyway, I got that off my chest.
But you do believe in God.
I don't think that's our fundamental beliefs, like that we need someone to believe in. I mean,
Well, I
you
just
know what it
classify
is,
that
like
in all
Russell.
humans, man. I just have,
Right.
I look
I'll
at
give
them
you
as
the
one
idea.
thing.
Let me give it to you from a person that does believe in God. Check this out.
Hey,
Um,
I don't, I
the
don't hold it
idea is
against
closer
anybody.
here. No, no, no. Check this out. Check this out. The idea is closer to this. All right. Um, who? All right. Let's say, for instance, you have kids.
Yeah,
Okay. If you would, if you would say, I wouldn't mind my kid to grow up to be like that. It's more of the idea than in
yeah.
someone to believe in, and in the way you put it. It's more into the idea of
I
being
don't need to
super
worship.
clean and
I
very
just,
and very discreet in what you view as wrong and right.
yeah.
You
But
see,
I don't
like
have
you
an
can't.
inner hatred. I don't have a hatred or necessity for my fellow man to feel that he's a threat or anything like that, or
You
a
see,
fiction
I
or
know, I
a.
know, because you're
So
pondering on the heart of the people that do believe in God, but that is not the case.
But no, I
That is
don't.
not the
I
case.
don't mind other
We,
people's
we are
necessities.
like we're like y'all. We're like y'all. You know.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to turn the other cheek,
You know,
but it's not
I
a
don't.
bad
I
thing
don't.
to.
I don't.
It's not a bad thing to say it. It's what I'm saying. Not a
You
bad
know,
thing to say
I
it.
come to my
Move
own
by.
conclusions. I come with my own conclusions psychologically and whatnot, and I don't, like put against anybody for their necessity to believe in something or anything like that, or that they come to the conclusion this is the way, or this was the way, or this is what happened. But I just can't. It's just the way my brain was developed. I can't, go with a belief that isn't proof. So I try to go with the goodness of mankind and treating your other mankind as you'd like yourself to be treated. My kids both grew up
All right.
good.
I think we all have the same brain development.
Yeah.
I don't think we differ. We have a big difference in between each other on the brain development.
Mm.
I think we see eye to eye in some certain things.
Hmm.
Um, now, my deal is the pondering on all right, the pondering on why the person believes in God that you guys have
Mm.
is completely off base. I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
I don't find it like a threat that I need to
okay,
research.
okay. You know how Ronan, I'll show you. You know how Ronan sometimes says, um, well, as a Christian, you should do this.
Yeah.
I think that imagination that you guys have, that you guys think that you could sit in someone's shoes
Mm.
and proclaim how they feel about why they believe in God
Oh, I
is
know.
completely off base. I think it's kind of insane to do that. It's
Well,
insane
I
because
assess every
if you don't,
human as
you
what. So,
what
it's
I'm
not like I'm putting them down. It's not a derogatory thing. I
no, no,
assess all
I
humans
know,
at that. Like if they must need to believe, I don't find that bad because some people would be,
right?
their brains are so evil anyway. If they had something that they could look to and say, would Jesus want me
It
to do
will,
that? And it quits them from doing it, I'd say, great. If that, and, to
right.
look and find that underneath and go, I need something to keep me from this. But I've never had to reach into my heart and thought, why the fuck do you feel that way? There just hasn't been it there. I'm more or less like when people do evil things, like, yeah, get out of my way. I'm not gonna just turn a blind eye to everything. No, there's
Right.
survival instinct. But no, I've never had any of this in my heart deep down of evil that I thought that I should question or find why I want to feel that way. Just never had. I never wanted to kill it. I don't like killing animals. I try saving them. And I've had fights in my life, but I'd sit there and go, oh, I can't hurt the guy. Or stop. Or just, no, I can't find it inside, deep down, that I need something to say, hey, there's a problem with you. You should find out what it
Yeah,
is
I
and
don't think I
search.
don't think I've ever had that neither. I've never had
Yeah.
a feeling of being saved or coming out of a
Yeah.
sleep or feeling that I need to believe in something in order to continue life. I haven't
Yeah.
came across that. What
No.
did happen? What did happen is that I started noticing, right? Everyone, just like around age 27, 28, I started noticing that everyone knows about this man,
Yeah.
and his name keeps coming up,
Yeah.
and I'm like, all right, obviously. And then I read the Bible, um, and found out that's a super special book.
See, another
That book,
thing, Armando,
that
and
book is gonna last for eternity. It's
early in
just
life,
it because it shows the super wicked nature of man,
but early in
and
life,
the ability for a person that walks around not being able to see right and wrong, kill the innocents.
yeah.
That's what I see.
I when I was very, very young, I was really into, like, why do people lie and why do they want to con? They want to con for gain. And I was like 4 years old, so I always had that one eye closed, one eye open, going, okay, what are you going to try to tell me to make me think this or that? So every time that a story or anything came up, it was always me looking into it, going, Okay, let's look at why they're trying to tell me these stories. So it was pretty impossible for anybody to come up and say, you know what, this story, here, read that, believe it. So, or tell me things without proof or something. I might, I'm not going to be ignorant and walk away in that, but I wouldn't believe it. I mean, I just didn't. It was just my way. I learned very early that humans lied for their own gain. And it wasn't like it was a phobia or they were bad or anything. I just came to the conclusion, well, that's what humans do. So just beware. Because they'll try to tell you a story is this way and it won't be. So they'll just put that into context when they're telling you stories. So I more or less ignored a lot of it. But the
Hey, Armando, how old was Jesus when he was crucified, according to you?
how old was it?
According to me. All right, that's the thing. You see how you say that according to you? That's
Yeah.
that's
Because
what we get into the
because I
adversary,
believe that
and that's
Jesus was not
we could think all we want.
crucified. No, no, no. See,
The thing is,
because
hold on.
I believe
Look,
Jesus was not crucified, so
I,
that's why I said
well,
according to you.
he was crucified, and the power lies in the fact that he was. But anyways, tell you what though about the whole age thing. Okay, in the Bible it says he was just about 30, meaning that the speculation was done on his appearance. You know how you do that? Oh, he's 16. You see how you do that? So that's exactly how that's done. So it says he was just about 30 and died at 33. And there's like a lot of combinations with those things. Like, I mean, you have 33 vertebrae connected on your spine, on your spine. It's a lot of things. Just pointing to the fact that it seems like the world was functioning in a way that such a man could be killed.
Do you have a
And it's
date of
funny
birth?
how it all ends up. But
Do you have a
it doesn't even matter. That's not here and there. That's why you
no,
can't say Mary
do you
was
have a date
9
of
years
birth
old.
for Jesus?
What?
Do you have a date of birth for Jesus?
Can you say that? Can you keep your tone up the whole time you say that whole sentence instead of bringing it down?
Do you have a date of birth for Jesus?
Do I have a what, Packy?
Date of birth, the day he was born, the date he was born,
Um,
like a B
it's all
C D.
speculations. It's all speculations. I do think he restarted the calendar, or everyone agreed on a certain calendar, or the fact that he walked was such ground shake. I look. This is what I think happened. I think when Jesus walked, he basically went to the only school available for anyone to learn how to read and write, and taught the Pharisees that teaching the peasants is a great idea. Um, then when you guys started learning how to read and write, I guess the world started over just, gradually, and then there was an agreement, you know. That's what I think happened. I don't think the time when I don't think when Jesus was walking, everybody knew how to read and write. That's a fact.
I liked what you said the other day about Noah's Ark, the water symbolizing religion. That was
Religion.
kind of
Yeah,
interesting, Armando.
that's the way we use it though. Like your words don't hold water.
Hmm.
Right.
We have a lot of terms biblical that are biblical, man. Like even when Russell said one eye closed, one eye open, you know, the movies play things like that. Like Listers talks about this left hand. Oh, he's a leftist. He's a rightist. Like these
Yep.
things, these things are Babylonian words. It doesn't mean shit. You're not saying nothing.
So
You know. Um,
so
don't know what to tell you
Armando,
about that.
Armando, can a
Yeah.
person be a Muslim and still believes in Jesus? Would that be
You know what's a
right
funny
or
thing?
wrong?
Hey, that brings something up though. You know what I also think that happened with the Moses and the sea thing? I think in that part of that region, the water goes down and up by nature, right? And I also think that the water goes up and down by a strong wind. I think when Moses was at the sea and he was pondering on what the fuck he's gonna do and how he's gonna run away, he heard the wind and moved the water. These things. It says that he has all the wisdoms of Egypt. Or it could also be that the rulers keep some kind of dam, some kind of world disaster, like I don't know, holding the what's that shit called? The shit that happened in Katrina, the levees.
Yeah.
All right. I also believe that people construct a dam like that and blow it up to kill a bunch of people. That's also possible. You know, I don't put
They
I
don't
don't put
need. They
it.
didn't need to blow it up. They built it to withstand, a level 3.5 hurricane, knowing full well that a level 4 or 5 would come along and destroy it someday
Well,
anyway. You know what I mean?
some there's a lot of people that said that they heard explosions.
Yeah. Well,
I
like I
know, I
said,
know.
they didn't need to do that anyway. It would have broken
I
all
know.
by itself.
I wouldn't be surprised these guys are playing with dynamites and exploding that levee, fucking with the 9/11, killing people
Well, I'll
just
tell
for
you a
profit.
story.
I don't
I'll tell you
think
something that
that.
happens here in Thailand. When they have floods in Thailand, they have the same sort of levees and trying to get the water out from the north to the ocean. And what'll happen is people that live closer to the south will blow up the levee so that it floods above their homes, so that their homes are safe. You know what I mean? That kind of shit happens, not necessarily governmental or whatever, but people just do that
For
shit.
people,
It's
right? Yeah,
stupid.
yeah, yeah.
It happens all the time here. They'll catch people, destroying the levees because they're worried that the levee might break in their neighborhood, just to fuck all these other people over to hope that they keep themselves safe, and fucks it all up all the way down to the south. That happens. Pretty crazy world, man. It's all because we're human beings. All these people that
Right.
expect some perfect society, or
Not
socialism's
gonna
the
happen.
answer, all this stuff is nonsense, because all those systems are still going to be run by human beings, and it's not really going to matter. I mean, the Bible says that, right? That it's impossible for human beings to have a good, perfect form of government. Doesn't it say something like that, Armando?
They said that without Jesus, seriously, like the whole idea about Jesus is the comparison notion that we do with people. Like the way we analyze people. You know, um, if you throw them up for comparison all the time, uh, your your decision making becomes um, diluted. You know, um, I don't
But
know what to tell you. Like it says a lot of
Armando,
things, like he is the cornerstone the builders rejected. It's almost like let's say you have people building infrastructure or whatever, and you having wisdom or but no experience come and say you shouldn't build it like that. You should build it like this. Like who's gonna listen to you, type of thing.
Right.
Uh, and I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's funny, man.
but
But for some
Armando,
reason, I think that's right.
my
Yeah.
belief is more strong that Jesus was not crucified. That's a more stronger belief than your belief.
Well, the overcoming death thing, it's an important thing, Patrick. All right. The fact that, like, if you notice, like, I don't know if you guys are different. You can't be. I know the word prophet to you doesn't mean shit, because I heard Richard use it the other day. Richard was like, he wasn't just some prophet. Like prophet doesn't mean nothing to you, and that's what you label him. You know, I label him Allah himself, nigga. So you gotta understand.
No, but no, but
So,
you cannot
so
kill
the
a
only way.
prophet. The prophet cannot be killed. So my belief is more stronger that God
Well,
took him
you can
alive.
say that all you can say that all you want. Like I'm not gonna
God
challenge
is gonna
you on
bring
that.
him back. Because see, he was the chosen
Look,
savior.
this is what I don't do. Look. When you self-proclaim something, like when you say you're smart or that my belief is stronger than yours, I don't even deal with you. Like nigga, the fuck do you want from me? Oh no, mine. I'm not gonna play sticks and stones with you. To say that is stupid. You know that?
What are
Yeah,
you
you
saying,
can't. You can't.
Armando? I'm not a smart person. I've said that like 100 times.
You keep
But
saying that. I disagree. I think you're
but
you're
that's
highly
obvious.
intelligent.
But see, that's
I think you're
obvious.
highly
Jesus,
inside that brain of yours. The words might not come out as perfect as the people want it, but I know on top of that head of yours, nigga, you're a fucking genius. You hear us. You just act stupid.
Dude, Jesus is the chosen savior. He's the only one who's been chosen for like in four books. He's been mentioned again and again and again. So how can some Roman soldiers could crucify who's so powerful and so uh, I don't know
It's because
how to explain.
that's who the people looked up to. You know what I mean? It shows you. It shows you that the Jews were under the rulership of the Romans. I mean, it just is what it is, and they didn't want to get their hands dirty, but they wanted this man dead. So they went and they voted. All the Jews. It says there's a quote in the Bible. It says that everyone with one voice said, "Crucify him and give us the murderer." Okay, and this
Okay,
is what I see when people talk about Muhammad or this guy or that guy. We're talking about nothing but liars and murderers. We
okay.
idolize the liar and the murderer.
You know what?
You know that?
You know what? We're gonna know the truth eventually because Jesus is coming back according to both beliefs.
You see, that's another thing. That's another thing. That's
So he's
another
not
thing.
coming back.
The spirit that I hear that people say that Jesus is gonna come back is because they want another innocent fucking life to die. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about coming back? Like, even the people in the Bible expected his return while he was with them. You guys are out of your minds. It's already
Studi
done.
said that. Grace said that.
I
Studi
think
and
he
Grace are
look as a
more.
matter, who's to know it? I mean, but by the time, I mean, by the way we speak about Jesus all the time, he's in the midst. I mean, he did come back, probably,
Okay,
but he's in the
it's
midst.
in
You
it's in
want to
the
shake
Torah.
hands. And,
It's in the Torah, Talmud, the Messiah. He's Jesus. It's in the Torah, the Jewish book. He's gonna come back. It's in the Quran.
yeah,
He's gonna
yeah,
come
the
back.
Jewish.
It's in the
Hey, if you
Bible.
guys
He's
were
gonna
talking
come
about the
back.
Jewish the other day, you guys were talking about the Jewish the other day, and the Jewish believe that the Messiah that is to come wouldn't even go to school. He would just have all those abilities. Like he would be able to do math without even going to school. So he wouldn't even attend school. He would be probably creating his own language
Can I
and
say
these
something?
characteristics. I heard
Money?
some Jewish rabbis say that, and I found it interesting.
Armando, can I say something?
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe. Go ahead, Russell.
I thought Weedman and Johnson sucked the other night.
Say that again.
I thought Weedman and Johnson both sucked the other night. Both fights.
Oh, the Wyman. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Wyman is a fucking pussy, man. That guy
Yeah.
was complaining to the. You saw he was complaining to the referee.
I
Yeah, he
saw.
peed in the head, and yeah,
Oh
he.
well, he said that he had his hands on the ground. He and what's his name, Gasassi or whatever, pulled his hands right off the ground that second knee. So
Yeah. Hey, there's a thing
anyway,
that happened.
carry on.
That was, there was a thing that happened criminal that day, though. You let me know. All right. I want to hear the. I want to know if you guys think it's possible. I'm gonna show you a picture because. Let's see.
Your Majesty, when you talk about these kind of religious subjects, do you get goosebumps? Why? It was a serious question, dude. Why are you laughing?
I want to show you guys something. Check this out. Do you think they say cheated, right? Probably got to get a better picture than that. Come on. All right, they say this guy cheated, right?
That's for me.
Um, they said that he came in a pound and like a pound and a half over. He came in 206. They're supposed to come in 205, so he came in 206.4 or something. So he was overweight. If that would have happened, basically they would reverse the win from this guy that he won the other day. But they're saying that they were holding the towel and him leaning on the towel would would take away that 1 pound, so he made weight. You think that's possible? I mean, by the way his hands are clasped there, I mean, I don't think
That's
he did that.
that sounds to me like fucking Brady's football being deflated again.
Yeah, the dude that he fought is submitting
A
fucking,
challenge, eh?
yeah, he's challenging the Nevada State Athletic Commission that
Really?
should be stripped from the win.
Wow.
I mean, he looks
Hey,
like a fucking creep, though. I
Yeah,
don't I
that's
don't like this guy. For some reason, he looks like a creep to me.
okay, we are getting off the subject. I'm going to repeat my question again. Hey,
I like that
Russell,
movie
Richard,
conversation, man.
Russell,
I,
Richard, Armando.
it's a good
When,
subject.
when you guys talk about Jesus, or even when you guys listen to this gospel music like Amazing Grace, and do you get goosebumps? Hello, hello.
Yeah, Goosebumps. What do you mean?
American Trilogy. I do that song karaoke and whatnot. I get
No,
goosebumps. I put out on
no,
that. That's a good
no,
song.
I
no.
think everybody gets
I,
goosebumps off music, though, right? That
I
music
asked
is awesome.
I asked the same question from like Serge,
Yeah,
and like he
I
said
love music,
that
Armando. It soothes the
that's
savage
something
beast.
psychological. You
Okay,
have emotions,
I'm gonna
and that's
explain
why you
something
get
to you,
goosebumps.
HP.
What?
Uh, I'll explain something to you. You're talking to get an emotion from like spiritual music.
Uh huh.
Yeah, like in church, Ave Maria,
Ave Maria. How do you spell that?
Ave Maria, AVA Maria,
Ave Maria. Okay.
Ave Maria.
Uh huh.
That's the pronunciation in my language, Ave Maria. I get
Okay.
that, uh, in church when they sing Ave Maria. I get that whole. I'm getting it right now, just thinking about it. That whole spiritual thing, man, just goes right through me, man. There's some of that is so powerful, eh? I thought I'd mention that to you.
And Jose, do you cry listening to it? Like,
Why
do you get
why
tears?
cry when I listen to it?
Uh huh.
No, I'm not crying in public when I'm listening to it, but my heart, I'm feeling it and that whole experience. There's no tears coming down my eyes, but I'm feeling it.
So back to Russell. There must be something very strong in this. Something really strong, which we cannot explain, but God exists, and it's right inside our heart. We can feel it. Hey, why you guys go silent on this? I just don't understand. This is that's an interesting subject, and wow, everybody's silent, or are you? Did you guys mute me? Shit,
What happened,
fuck
Packy?
you. I don't know. You guys are not responding, so I thought somebody muted me.
Did you piss somebody off, Packy?
No, why would I piss somebody off?
Talking about that topic again, religion and Trump. The two topics that get the most yelling. But I think
Oh,
a ration steam pile of poo steam there. Are they still steaming? Well, they might be gone.
no, they both have joined hands and they're gonna debate me according to you guys' song. They're gonna debate me for no
it's
reason.
it's sing Islamagubaya. Now, Packy, I think you should write a story about a PI and put you as a PI and have that kid that you had on there that sounded intelligent as your sidekick. Write a little story and sell it. Sell it to Stephen J. Now. You could become Packy, the wayward
Oh,
PI.
oh, dude, that guy was so funny. He thought I was
Well,
crying
it
for
was
real.
well. That's funny because I thought the two of you would have made a good comedy team. Him as a straight man, intelligent, and you as the goofy one, and him not
Oh my god.
realizing you're goofing with him. You
Oh,
know the
he
act you
thought I
were
was
putting
crying
on.
for real.
Well, I know. That's what I mean. The act you put on in front of him, he got sucked in by it. But he spoke intelligently. I thought that was funny. He could be your alter sidekick as the intelligent one.
Uh-huh. He said, "You guys have to do something." He had some no sense.
Now there's an entrance.
Who is that? Who is that? Oh my God!
I, I think it was
Somebody,
Richard.
Your Majesty or Demelo? Demelo just left. It's Your Majesty because he just unmuted quite a few people. Hey, can I please add live search? Can I please add live search? Okay, according to earlier today, Paki said he wasn't Muslim. Now he says he is.
Listen,
Uh, uh,
listen. Don't listen. Don't add live search ever
No, not don't do it for entertainment's value, Packy.
until you see me add him. He's gonna snipe me to shut down the whole stream. He's on some trolling dictator bullshit. He's trying to authorize who could be on the panel or not. You know what I
He
mean?
has issues. He has major issues. I mean,
Like if
the
but
the
I
guy
dude was
is
added
just,
actually
Tudor.
I would invite him. I would invite him if he was just join and be like, "What's up,
he
guys?"
has issues, man.
Normal.
There's nothing you can do.
Like this personal shit of trying to get
Okay,
back
Ah,
can I add
Victor
John Tudor?
after sniper the sniper and being the
Okay,
police.
can
That shit
I
is
add
not gonna
Tudor?
go.
Can I add Tudor?
doesn't he do the
Tudor's
same
another
kind of
fucking
stuff?
asshole.
Is he?
Listen to Armando, HP.
It's not even yeah, man. It's just the sabotaging. It's just the trying to shut the whole thing down to have a problem with. It's not their words or they don't move me at all.
It's nothing really to do with sniping anyway. That's a symptom of the issue. The issue is trying to dominate every minute of chat, saying it's okay to interrupt other people because he's always right. And just the on and on inability. I mean, looks what's happened in the 2 days that he's been gone. There hasn't been one single crazy nonsense hour of bullshit. Not even 10 minutes of that, all because he is not here.
Yeah.
And there's really no disputing that. You could say it's coincidence, you could say it's luck, you can say anything you want, but the truth is, this room has not been an arguing, yelling, and screaming room from the moment he left right up until now.
But Your Majesty, he's very informative.
Well, and once he learns how to conduct himself like an adult, I'm sure we'll be interested in hearing his information. Until then, what's the point? All you're going to get is his one-sided story with interruptions, not letting anybody else say anything that might
But
dispute his,
but like
perfect
see,
opinion about everything. It's
but
nonsense.
like see, but like see, Ronin leaving, Jay Tudor leaving, like Sir leaving. They're like old people from oldies from Newsmax.
Yeah, and
So
he was replaced by another troll within 1 hour. We had some guy just like Lyserd yelling and screaming at
Yeah.
Armando, fuck Jesus,
Troll
Jesus
fest.
eats babies. We
Yeah.
had some other clown just like him replace him in 2 fucking seconds. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's not as though people like him aren't a dime a dozen, and we'll get plenty more come along anyway. It just
uh,
doesn't
uh,
matter.
okay, what about John Tudor, Jay Tudor?
Jay Tudor comes in. Jay Tudor's invited to the voice. He can come in if he wants, whatever. I mean, he snipes once in a while, but nobody cares because he's not a complete fucking douchebag. You know, he sniped me before. It's like, oh, whatever, dude. I don't care. But, oh, shit happens.
But
You know, the
but
problem, the thing that Lyser didn't consider was that eventually people would get so sick of his shit that he would get banned. He really didn't consider that, or he wouldn't have sniped me 4 chats in a row. He
but
assumed that he
but
would get
your
away with that for 5 chats, 6 chats, 8 chats, whatever, and he was just wrong. It's just no big deal. He was wrong. There you go.
but but your Majesty, everybody was against Lyserg, like everybody.
Uh-huh.
So he, the guy was going through a
Yeah, but life
very
search,
difficult.
life search is a different. Look, life search is a different bitch. All right. What he would
Mm-hmm.
do
Right.
is that he would snipe Richard or snipe Buddy, right, and not join the panel and stay on text chat commenting on how he sniped the channel, and he's not gonna join the panel. You know what I mean? Like the text chat, it's what's important here to him. He doesn't seem to understand that. Doesn't seem to understand that the text chat will be forgotten. The only thing here is recorded is your voice. So
You know?
you either conduct yourself or you stay in the text chat.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
Well, Lyserg, I miss you, brother. I miss you. I think you need help because you need a friend. And as Russell said, that you are living on 900 bucks a month. It's very difficult to live on such a low income.
I mean,
Oh,
just
he's
look at
So
the guy now. All he's doing is going back on shit that happened weeks ago over and over and over, the same old bullshit. If we invite him into voice, why would his behavior be any different in voice than it is in text chat? As long as he continues behaving that way in text, it would be stupid of us to invite him back to voice. This would make no sense.
I like this tone you got going on, Richard, and your reasoning.
What's that?
I'm giving you a compliment.
Oh, yeah, it's I mean, I was at my wit's end to try to help this guy and figure it out, but at some point, you have to take some tough love and give somebody a few days or minutes or however long it takes them to really sit down and think, do they want to not do something or do they want to change their behavior? It's up to him. I don't really care either way, frankly. I don't know.
Right, right. I mean, you had moments where he was normal. I could talk to him, about
Sure.
certain things. But
Hmm.
then all of a sudden he'd go to the other side and just fucking, let
Hey,
other people
hey,
do it.
Richard, have you ever even considered the Earth being flat when you were debating those guys? You sat there because you sound like you tried to envision it, but it just wasn't working out.
Um, I guess the only reason I would say no is because they never brought up a coherent reason for me to take it seriously. All of their rationale and reasoning was just garbage. So they never gave me a reason to consider it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. When I first met Adam, I mean, obviously I didn't know he was a troll, so we will wipe off, all the characteristics we could apply on him. So
Hmm.
I meet this guy Adam, right? I'm going back and forth with him, and I told him to show me what he thinks it looks like, and he shows me a picture of a cartoon, The Simpsons,
Okay.
with a whole city on top of this little
The dome.
dome thing.
The dome, yeah.
Dude, that was the most funniest thing on the planet. And then what's funny that in that episode, it doesn't try to tell you that the Earth is flat. What it tells you is that they're caged in. You know, I don't know. I think it's harmful for the mind to. I think
It
if you
is.
think, I think if you think the Earth is flat, your potential, your mind gets
And
limited. I think it's
you
a
got
small world.
you got problems
But
if you think the Earth is flat, man.
yeah,
It's like
it's much
thinking,
larger
that
than.
it's a fucking pizza. How the fuck can the Earth be like a fucking pizza? You know what I'm saying?
Demelo, you and Lyserg live in a close proximity.
Yeah, man. Lyserg actually, he wants to take you fishing, man. He says he likes honest Pakistani. wants to take you fishing.
No, have you met Lyserge?
No, man.
Cause
I'd be
see, I
careful, Packy. If you go, don't bend over if you drop the fishing lure.
Why
nah
would you?
nah.
Hey,
I'm
Jimmy,
not.
why
I'm
would you
not
ask
gay.
me if
I'm
I
I
not
met
know
him?
gay.
you're not gay. I know you're not gay, Packy. I'm saying you need to be
Even
careful.
Lyserge is not gay.
Oh, has
Oh,
you
I don't know.
ever have you ever once heard him mention a girl or a girlfriend or going out with a girl ever, even once?
But I think your Majesty Lyserge is those sophisticated intellectual types that they don't just get turned
He's
on
not
by.
an intellectual type. He goes to Wikipedia, he looks up a subject, and then he tries to talk about it in the chat. It's not as though he is intellectual on
No, no,
random
no, no, no.
subjects. He's
He
only intellectual on some subject he went to Google 5 minutes before he got
no, 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 no.
here. Yes.
He mentioned some of the names which you cannot just find it on Wikipedia
Dude,
like
I
some.
know this because I watched him, and what he ended up doing was sort of revealing himself because I could hear him read off the page, and then he would post a link and that sort of thing. So I promise you, that's what he does. He finds these quirky little weird things on the internet, and then he comes into the room to argue about them as though he's just some sort of expert on everything, which is just not true. He tries to pretend that, but it's just not true. I mean, look at what he does in text. He can't respond intelligently to anything in text because he's not driving the conversation from some Wikipedia page he went to.
I don't think that's a bad trait. You know that to have. I mean, it's whatever.
Well, it's
It,
bad if you want to find quirky things and just argue about them. It's a good thing if you want to go learn and share knowledge, but that's not what he wants to do. He wants to make an argument about it rather than just talk about it.
I think it becomes malicious when he's like, but you guys don't know this stuff, and he's there,
Right.
reading type of
Exactly.
thing. It's just like
Exactly.
bullshit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sure.
still, Lyserge, I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think Lyserge is someone who reads a lot. So he is an intellectual to some extent.
He's not a
Um,
complete idiot, but generally people with his mental disorder, are intelligent. Intelligence
get
and
into
being
it.
an
Get into it.
asshole have nothing to do with each other. If Einstein was a complete fuckwad, we wouldn't want him in the chat either.
But see, Demelo, you guys are so close. You live nearby. So
Okay, what's your point? What's your point?
why don't you meet him up? Like meet him and try to find out that he's a mean person in real life or no?
You know what? I don't have to meet him to know if he's a mean person in real life. He's a decent person.
Well, well,
I can tell.
I disagree. I think he's a bad person. He tried to sabotage me and Athena. He said
Oh, okay.
he tried to make Athena think that. Well, he was telling me that Athena wouldn't join the panel, and Athena is from Greece, so she speaks Greek. Her English wouldn't be as perfect as everyone else's,
Yeah.
and that's the reason I assumed that she was shy and stuff. So I tell him this, and he goes and tells Athena that I'm talking shit behind their back. They come over here and they throw each other emojis, having this little secret conversation like no one could see it. You see, that's not intellectual. You see what
Oh,
I'm saying? To be a little
I didn't
bitch
know
like
about
that.
that, Armando.
And then also there's a girl named Velvet that she's like 21 years old,
Yeah.
right? So she fucks around and she may throw a sentence and flirt around with everyone and still just joke around. This guy Lizard thinks that she actually wanted to fuck him. This is the problem, and I know this because through private chats. You see, and the reason
Really?
I'm spewing this,
Really?
and the reason I'm spewing
Lyserge?
this is the reason I'm spewing this is because of what he did with Athena. I
Yeah.
was disgusted by it, and that's
Oh
the
my
reason why
God.
I didn't
the
Lyserge
know.
door is
with
open.
my kiddo? Lyserge, is that true? Like, 'cause
This
Kiddo
nigga
is
thinks he's
really
42
young.
years old and he thinks this little 21-year-old on the internet wants to fuck him just because she fucks around with you on the text. You're a fucking clown, kid.
Yeah.
Clown. You're a clown.
Yes, he is. He still hasn't quite figured out that for all of his crying and all of his this and all of his that, that he's lost the battle. He really hasn't figured that out yet, has he? You know what I mean? He still thinks if he cries just a little bit longer, everybody will get banned but him. What a fucking clown.
I'm gonna.
Man, you're really stepping up the bat for Lysearch there, HP.
I think everybody deserves a chance.
Yeah, but I
That's the
mean,
trolling HP, not the real HP.
yeah,
But going after my kiddo who's not even 21, she's younger than 21, and going after somebody like my kiddo, like sir, that's disgusting. And I would really like to meet you because I'm gonna rape you now, for sure. And I'm gonna cut your penis and I'm gonna bring it back with me to US and I'm gonna put it in my room and label it that this is that dickhead's penis. I thought Lysol was a poor victim who was getting bashed by everyone just because he has a difference. There's a difference of opinion. That's why they are not honest. They're
Not
just
at
lying.
all.
I don't.
And the Packy, what you kind of miss is it's not as though Lyserge hasn't had a chance. He has exhausted the 100 chances he's been given, and that's two totally different things. You watch the king's plan to reform Lyserge might actually work. He may decide that he would rather learn to behave himself and be on voice than be stuck on text. It might take a few months, might take 6 months, but it may actually work. We don't know. We haven't given it enough time yet. The king has a plan, Packy. Don't worry. You
Uh,
know, the king just finished his steak and egg breakfast, and it was delicious. Yummy,
Steak and
yummy.
eggs.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Well, Dave, you could be right, but the king won't stop trying. I'm going to try to help Lyserge just as much as the king can. We all need to pitch in and help poor little Nolan so he can grow up to be an adult sometime before 50, hopefully.
Uh, that's his real name, Nolan.
Hmm.
Why he gave his? Why he gave you guys his real name?
Well, I don't know, but I use his email now when I sign up to free porn sites so they don't spam my address with like free offers and stuff.
Oh, your
HP.
Majesty.
This is my real name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Jose de Mello. Jose. Okay. Once Leicester was going against Jose de Mello, he was calling him that Jose, you're just a people pleaser. You agree with everyone. You don't have a mind of your own, and
Right.
you're just a people pleaser and everything. And so I said, like, Serge, are you serious? Jose is the most decent guy over here. Why would you say that to Jose? And your Majesty, I think Jose might have a very strong past. Maybe
Mhm.
he was a like a professional hitman, and he hurt
Well,
a lot of people because the way he
Jose's
looks.
not a people pleaser. He's just not a people displeaser, and that's the difference. He's not going to get involved with these petty arguments, the displeasing of people. That doesn't make you some ass kissing suck up people pleaser. You know what I'm saying? He's just not. He just doesn't displease people. It's not that he goes
But
around only trying to please them.
but your Majesty, I have heard Jose saying that I'm gonna break somebody's teeth and I'm gonna take out their teeth. That's some kind of like a really like
Uh
some
huh.
really cruel stuff. So I think he
What?
was a hitman. He was a
It
professional
could
hitman,
be. He
and if
could have been
something
the
happened,
Portu. We should nickname him the Portuguese assassin.
Portuguese assassin, if something happened, and he just changed. He just stopped killing people, and he became a humble person.
Well, it could have been like that Steven Seagal movie where he went in the drug house and shot a nun accidentally. Maybe he was on a hit and killed somebody accidentally and reformed. You never know. It's possible. Never know who
Because
you're going to
I've
meet on the internet.
because I've seen Jose, because he looks really tough.
Come on now.
Now I'm telling the truth.
Come on now, HP. Let's move this on to another subject.
Maybe that's why Lyserge avoids to meet Jose. Oh my God.
Actually, no. Lyserg said if we were, on the soccer pitch playing soccer, he would have been doing a whole bunch of damage to me
Oh.
back in the day until I straightened him out with that. I explained to him a few things that he was
There you
unaware.
go. He's a funny boy. He reminds me of my blind dog a little bit in some ways. The blind dog, he just sort of walks around bumping into shit. He can't really figure it out, and barks at shit that's not even there. And you know what I mean? He's kind of like my blind dog in a way.
But you know what, Richard? Let me ask you this: did you think in the last, let's say, last month, that Lyserg was coming around and he was actually, excuse me, he was actually um, changing for the better?
No, I saw him changing for the worse. I saw him go from threatening people to threatening their family members. I've seen
Okay.
him go from just sniping to lying about sniping, exaggerating the situations more and more. I know I see the exact opposite. I don't see that at all. To some extent, some of his comments in the past, like all Americans should be killed and things like that. There are some comments that are so bad they can't really get worse. So I don't really look at that as being escalated, but I see his repetition and his same old nonsense, escalating to where there's more of a percentage of that than anything intelligent. Where it used to be, he'd make some comments about politics or Trump or things like that. Now it's only about how the channel sucks and Armando's a liar, and Dave's a liar, and Russell's a
Yeah.
liar, and everybody's a liar, and nothing about politics or Trump or any of this other stuff.
Yeah, 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 I noticed that too, where he was like, he
Uh-huh.
wasn't going to hear it from anybody on the panel. Nope, I want to talk to Armando. This is Armando, like a fucking spoiled kid, you know.
Right. Yeah, and Armando, I guess he emails him with what Armando calls an enormous amount of bitching, and Armando says he doesn't even read the emails anymore. It's so ridiculous.
Holy man.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Anyway, I thought I'd ask you that, man.
No, I see. It's just a sad situation. I don't know. I don't know. I wish he would learn from this internet chat experience and become a better person. That's all I wish for Lysurge.
Well, I thought we were going to get him onto that, to be honest with you. That night, you, Buddy, and
Mhm.
when Lysurge was here.
Well, we all hashed everything out. We made an agreement that everything would be fine. 1 hour later into the next chat, he sniped me from the room. What are you going to do?
Oh, man, that's, I don't
Yeah.
know what to say about that.
Yeah, and that was after he'd already sniped me. And I said, I don't care anyway. He's, oh, you can get me back. I said, no, dude, I'm not like that. I don't care. Let's just not do it anymore. Okay, fine. It's all over with. Everybody will be fine. And an hour later, boom, there you go. What are you going to do with somebody like that?
Yeah. And
Uh, uh,
he calls Trump, whacked out, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. What he could actually be is he could have been like a drunkard for 20 years, sobered up, and be what they call a dry drunk now. He's just so in such a habit of being a drunkard that even when they are sober, they still haven't changed their psychology. You know what I mean? That's a
Yeah.
possibility too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Majesty, you were in the army or in some other branch?
I
Navy.
was in the Navy. I was a Sea Air Rescue swimmer in the Navy.
Oh, and and later you became an RJ.
A what?
You became a radio host.
No, I was never. I went to a radio program just for a couple of days. Where you got that from? But no, then I get out of the military fairly quick. I didn't stay in like shotgun, and then I went to Alaska, bought some restaurants, sold them, and then started investing in the stock market, and that's what I've been doing ever since. I did a little
So
painting and some other
so
minor jobs along the way.
so so can you make money in the stock market?
You can. It takes money to make money, but you can. I started in the internet boom when, these $5 stocks would shoot up to 10, 20, 30, 50, $100 over time. And that's how I kind of made a bunch of money to be able to keep doing it later without those kind of crazy bubbles. It was just kind of coincidentally lucky timing that I started doing it when it was really, really easy to make money.
So how much money do you need to invest in stocks?
Well, it
Oh, I guess
depends how much your bills
50
are.
grand.
To give you a basic idea, if you were to follow the basic things I do, you could make 40% per year. Um, so it just depends how much money you need to spend as to how much you would need.
No, so if I have like uh fifty
If you had a
thousand,
hundred, if you had 100 grand, I could show you how to turn your 100 grand into $30,000 to $40,000 a year without taking a lot of risk.
so but there is risk, right?
Well, of course. Well, there's risk in everything. Of
So
course,
is
there'd
it
be days
possible?
where
Is it possible that I can lose all my 100?
yeah, it's possible, but the odds are so extraordinarily unlikely that you might as well call it zero. But it's possible that there's situations where stocks can go to zero, but it's highly unusual, and they're usually little tiny companies that have some lawsuit that the SEC is involved with. But Something like, Coca-Cola, Google, IBM, Amazon, those things are not going to go to zero. You know what I mean?
Okay, tell me, what should I do? Should I start with a small amount like 10,000?
Sure. Yeah. Why not? You should start with whatever you can. What my rule of thumb is everything you invest in the stock market, you should count in your net worth as 50% of that, because during a stock market decline, it might very well go to 50% of that, but it's always going to be worth more than it's worth today eventually. So just start with whatever you're comfortable with, and over time, it's going to get more and more and more. Over time, you'll learn more about it. You'll learn how to buy them at better prices and sell them at higher prices, how to use options to add a little bit extra each week or month or year or however you want to do it.
So how do you know what's the first lesson to start to start with?
Well, the first lesson is not to be greedy, I would say. Don't try to get greedy. Try to get rich slowly, not rich quickly.
No, like how this thing works. Like, what should I do? Like,
Well, I would
Panic,
advise that you
panic
invest
seller.
in an average. Invest in the QQQ. That's about 1,000 companies will say. I'm not sure the exact number, but it includes things like Amazon, Google, Tesla, all kinds of companies. And then you're diversified across the technology board, and those cost about $133 a share. And just buy however many shares you want to afford.
You talk about blue
and
chip.
then just hold them, or
Yeah, just hold on to them and let them sit there. And at some point, it becomes obvious that we're going to have a several year decline, or what they call a recession. And at that point, just sell them and then wait for the bottom of the recession and then buy them back. It's not that hard, dude. It's really not. Just don't get nervous and think there's a recession when there's not, and don't think the bottom happens in 2 months. You know what I mean? Recessions and bear markets last for years, just like bull markets last for years.
Mhm.
okay, where do you learn this stuff like bull market and recession and ups and downs? Is there
Investopedia.com. It's kind of like the Wikipedia of investing. It's a very, very good site.
okay, from there you're gonna learn basics, right?
Absolutely. You'll learn definitions and basics and principle. It's like Wikipedia, you can look up anything you want. I'll
Okay,
tell you all about it.
you buy your stocks and you just hold them till they really go up.
I don't. I'm a little more quick of a trader than that. I make some trades over the course of a day, over the course of the week. I generally don't really want to hold positions any longer than a week. However, I sometimes go out 4 weeks or so with contracts that might obligate me to buy something, but I don't actually own it until that 4 week later time period. It gets a little complicated, but I am not like Warren Buffett that buys stocks and holds on to them forever. That's not really what I do, but that's how I would recommend anybody start. Then you can learn along the way.
So how do you make 40% a year?
By quickly buying and selling things over the course of the day, by selling, stocks at a given price where I get a commission for that on Fridays, by offering to buy stocks at below market value that give me money, that I just keep the money. I never even have to buy the stock until it drops to a low price, in which case I don't mind most of the time. I use a lot of different tools that are available in the market rather than just buy and hold. That's how I do it.
Your Majesty, I used to buy gold bricks in Dubai. but
Uh-huh.
that was not that much risky. When the price used to be at 1075, 1065 per ounce, I
Uh-huh.
used to buy it, and as soon as it reaches like 1170, 1175, I used to sell it. So that was like I used to
Right.
hold those bricks in a physical form, and there was no tax and anything. So that was
Uh-huh.
easy, but the margin was not that much. But people buy gold online, but they don't get that gold in a
Right.
physical form. It's
That's
just
right.
in numbers and
That's
uh,
right. It's just based on the price of gold, not actually owning gold. But some of those gold stocks you buy actually do have physical gold. They're pretty rare, but there are a couple that do back the the gold tracking ETF with actual physical gold in a warehouse. I don't know
no, but
why, but they do. I mean, I guess I
okay,
do know why, but I don't think it helps accomplish their goal of getting more customers.
okay. How do you cash your stocks? The one you sell
Just hit a
stock.
button on your brokerage thing, and in a fraction of a second, maybe a couple of milliseconds, the trade will clear and they'll put the cash right in your account. Today on the internet, you don't actually own the stock. You the brokerage house owns the stock, and basically you just sort of own the rights to the value of the stock. But it takes a millisecond to sell your stock and have the cash in your account. But technically, it takes 3 days to clear those things out for the person who actually owns the stock, which is not you, but the broker anyway. So it doesn't affect you. You could sell your stock in a millisecond and then ask for all that cash to be sent to your wired to your bank account 2 seconds later, and they would do it for you.
So the amount will be in my bank account.
No, it'll stay in your brokerage account. I'm saying what I'm trying to point out is you can sell your stock and ask for the cash 2 seconds later, and everything will be just fine. But no, it stays in your brokerage account, and if you want to spend some of the money from your some of them also will attach checking accounts and credit cards to your brokerage account, so you can spend the money if you
So
want.
so I can withdraw the whole amount from my brokerage account or no?
Sure, anytime you want. Absolutely.
So there is no a restriction on
No,
that.
no, your money, you can do what you want with it. Spend it, close the account, get half of it, whatever.
So investopedia.com is gonna is gonna teach it.
Mhm.
I'm gonna check it now right now.
Yeah, it's a really good, accurate site, and that's kind of why they named it after Wikipedia. I think to let people know it's the same, type of pretty good accuracy. I mean, Wikipedia is not perfect. My guess would be Investopedia is probably better than Wikipedia, frankly. I've never seen anything on it that I found to be inaccurate, put it that way. Maybe some stuff might be poorly explained or something, but never seen anything that was
Okay,
false.
is this a free site or a paid one?
Yeah, it's a free site.
So Jose, did you used to did you used to buy stocks?
Yeah, I had RSPs and stuff, and they were diversified.
No, I don't know what that means.
Well, diversified means it wasn't just having your eggs in one basket. That's what that means. I had Ivy funds and some other. I'm not going to go into specifics with what kind of funds I had. But I had a smart financial advisor, and he's the one that handled that for me, man. He made me some money. He was
Well,
actually, yeah, he handled the Attorney General of Ontario. When I walked in his office with my brother at that time, Roy McMurtry is the name of the Attorney General of Ontario. He was walking out of his office. So, I mean, for him to be his financial advisor, he's a pretty smart guy, man.
life is so difficult, Jose. Life is so difficult.
And his background, East Indian, very, very brilliant man. Uh, the stuff that he laid out for us to
Uh,
purchase, right? The different financial investments. He knew his stuff, man.
hmm
Well,
uh,
he better know his stuff because that's the business he's in, right? You know what I mean? He's got to make money for his clients. Otherwise, he's not going to be in business very long.
really. Your Majesty, what about the CGT? Do you pay? Do they
The,
do they uh, tax you on CGT?
I'm sorry, say again.
A CGT, capital gain tax.
Yeah, what about it?
Do they do they f- do they charge a CGT on the
No,
profit?
you have to pay that yourself when you fill out your tax form at the end of the year.
yeah,
They
But
don't they
you
don't
live
they don't deduct that from your profits as you
but
go.
you live in Thailand, so do they take
If
CGT from you?
if I was a Thai citizen, they might, but I'm an American citizen, so no. But people from foreign countries doing business in the stock market, oftentimes they do withhold, kind of like a job, they'll withhold some of those profits, but they generally have to be pretty substantial. You know what I mean? You have to make quite a bit before the law kicks in and requires the broker to withhold that. But frankly, I'm not exactly sure how that works because it doesn't apply to me, but I know that it is true that it depends on the country and what agreement they have with the IRS and all that. But there are foreign citizens that have profits withheld to make sure that the American government gets the tax.
So are you paying tax to the U.S. government?
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely.
But you don't live here. Still, you have to pay the tax.
Yeah, America's about the only, but at the same token, just because I don't live there, I am profiting from the American stock market. So whether I'm living there or a citizen or not, I should still pay taxes. It would be
Okay.
unfair to everybody else if I didn't have to pay my share of taxes just because I lived in Mexico. That wouldn't be fair. I don't mind paying taxes, frankly. It's just part of life, and I stopped worrying about it a long time ago.
But Your Majesty, taxes are too much. See, i-
Mm-hmm.
i- if I get a $1,200 check, they're gonna cut like 300 from me. Like I'll be getting home like 900 something.
Well, you should increase your number of dependents so you don't pay so much as you go, but you'll get
No, I'm
less back
single.
at the end of the year.
How can I have dependents on me? I'm single.
Well, they're called exemptions, but if you get a big check at the end of the year, just raise the number of exemptions you claim and they'll take less as you go. But you're right, just the fact that taxes are too high, I kind of agree, but I'm not going to sit around and worry about it because there's not much I can do. I don't worry about things I can't control, and taxes are fall in that category for me. If they want to have a vote and ask me if I want to reduce the taxes I pay, I'll be happy to vote for that. But until that happens, I'm really not worried about it.
So I can vote. I'm not a citizen. I have to wait 2 years and some months more to become a citizen.
Yeah, Armando, that would be the greatest chat room nobody's ever heard of. you know. Yes, Denise, it's all those other people that are lying. Lysurge calls everybody in here a liar. They all say, no, Lysurge, it's you not telling the truth. Who are you going to believe? Everyone else are Lysurge. Figure it out, Lysurge. You're not fooling anybody. Denise has only been here for 5 minutes and she already knows you're a scumbag. Fuck me, dude. Figure it out. Yes.
Uh, uh, the funny thing, one night that Lysers, me, Denise, and so Lysers was telling Denise that, look, Denise, you're different than Buddy. You're also a Southerner, but you're different. People can reason with you. And after a while, Lysers started calling Denise bad words. And then I asked that, hey, Lysers, uh, a moment ago you were appreciating Denise that you're a better person and people can reason with you. And suddenly, what happened? And Lysers said, Paki, shut up. I don't want to talk to you. And you're just a waste of time. You don't know anything. You don't have anything to say. You just troll around,
Right. Well, you
and
know
and
why
you're
that is, don't you, Packy? The reason is because he was trying to put a wedge between Buddy and Denise, hoping that he could get somebody to side with him. And when he found out that Denise wasn't going to fall for that, then instantly he's going to become enemies with Denise because his little wedge of trying to get this friend didn't work. So he has no more use for Denise. So now he's going to treat Denise poorly like he treats everyone else. If you want to kiss his ass and you want to say, "Oh yes, Lyserg, everything you say is true," then you would be able to get along with him just fine because he would have a use for you. Say, "Oh, look, Denise agrees with me." That's so if he could use somebody in that way, he'll be nice. But the moment that person disagrees with anything he has to say, all of a sudden he's going to say, "Oh, you're an asshole. Fuck you," like everybody else, because he has no use for that person. He just uses people. He doesn't make any sort of relationship with
yeah, yeah. Uh, uh, once he was once he was telling Ronin that, oh, Ronin, I thought you were on my side, and Ronin said,
Yeah,
excuse me, I'm
yeah,
nobody's friend.
yeah.
Nobody's
I
friend.
remember that.
I'm just with my facts and nothing but facts. I like Ronin. Where is Ronin?
him. He'll be back. He probably left for a little while, and what's funny is me and Ronan, we kind of buried the hatchet, figured it all out. We had a nice conversation, and then he disappeared. I haven't seen him since. I nicknamed him the Canooster.
Right?
He might have decided to leave on a high note. He was kind of getting along with everybody, and he might have said, "Hey, maybe I'll just leave now instead of risk maybe starting a bunch of arguments again." And who knows? I don't know. He'll be back. He'll tell us why when he gets back, why he was gone, I
Yeah, I like Roland. Always have.
suppose.
He was here
A
this
lot.
afternoon.
Oh, he was.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, my lord, he was.
What do you have to say? Anything interesting?
No, he was just tweeting some Reich tweets.
Oh,
I don't,
well, what a surprise.
I don't remember. I think I was watching a movie.
Yeah, this Trump is really getting onto his nerves. It's hurting him. This Trump thing because he cannot stand him at all.
God, this guy, it's like he has a list in front of him that he goes from point one to point 10 and starts over again. Now he's on this chat is garbage. It's like he's gone through his list of crybaby complaints and now he's back to the top of the list again and going to start all over again, you know. Armando, no, the same thing right from last. So this chat is garbage. Armando's reputation, it's his own fault. It's like he has this, circular, like I said, it's like he has a list and he just goes through. When he gets to the bottom, he goes to the top again and starts all over again. It's ridiculous.
Well, this is his own fault.
It's
What else?
crazy,
And
man.
life and
I can't
Leicester,
imagine spending your whole day with revolving crybaby complaints while everybody laughs at you. Just
Wow,
seems
man.
odd.
Your
This is
Majesty,
all bullshit,
Lysurge
man.
is very protective when it comes to his name because once Armando wrote his name in the description, and he was getting angry because
Hmm.
according to Lysurge, he has subscribers and followers, people who follow him. So he
I
was
kind
getting
of
really
doubt
Oh,
angry.
look,
that.
look what he says. Tudor, you're a sniper too.
Oh, Tudor's sniped occasionally. That's true.
Yes, I added Tudor, but Armando said that he's not allowed, so I had to remove him. 2D brother, that was very difficult for me to do, but I just did. Tudor is okay. Let's search I only snipe because I care.
Look at this crap. If Armando knew how to keep control of his channel, none of this shit would have have happened.
Is,
This is the
is
most
there
toxic
something wrong
chat
with
on
my
the
mic,
internet.
or I'm unable to hear Demelo?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right.
So what were you
Uh,
saying?
uh, what Lyserd was saying, man. This is the most toxic channel on on YouTube. This is the same fucking lines he uses over and over.
Do
Right. Yeah.
Do you remember Demelo? Lysa used to give out suggestions that Armando, you should do this. You don't know how to run a channel,
Right.
and you
You
should
suppose
follow
he
this.
you suppose he even cuts and pastes DeMello? You know what I mean? You suppose he has Notepad open and then he'll just
Yeah.
cut and paste instead of even bothering to type? Because it kind of looks like that. Because they're the exact same sentences all the time. You know.
But I remember Lysa used to give Armando suggestions that this is how you should run your channel. Because according to
Right.
Lysa, he doesn't know how to run a channel.
Well, everybody here seems to think it's running
Well,
just fine, except for him.
there was one thing that I took from him. I filter bullshit and I take what's needed. He had made a suggestion not to let people say anything about this, going into personal businesses or even promote hacking or anything like that, and to try to protect the people. I don't think he really told me that. I just think I think his phrase was something in lines of you need to protect the people, and that's the way I took it. I was like, all right, so as long as there's no threat, and then all right, that's a plus. I'm humbled. I'm humbled, and I was going on this, but he didn't know what I was on, obviously, because he's a fucking idiot. But I
Yeah.
don't really listen to his words. I just protect. All right, then I just won't let them get threatened. Boom. That's it.
Oh.
Like
That's it.
like protection
You
of what
should tell
kind?
him, Armando, the next step is that he'll be banned, for a day, even from text. Say, look, at some point where the council decides you can't come back into voice, then we're going to decide to start banning you for limited periods of time in text too, So you can figure it out now or figure it out later. But eventually, you should start banning him for some period more than 300 seconds, like 24 hours, and let him come back. And if he misbehaves, then 48 hours or something, and whatever. But explain to him that the penalty for continuing with this bullshit that he's continuing with is going to be that he may not even be invited in, allowed into text anymore. And then what's he got? Nothing.
Nah, the problem is that the text really doesn't matter to me
I see. Okay.
at all. So he could be there all day.
I see.
Doesn't matter to me.
Do you think he cuts and pastes? Like, I'm beginning to think he has a notepad open with like 20 different nonsense things, and he just cuts and pastes them as he goes,
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of people that got the ability to time him out. They don't time him out or ban him.
Right. That's true.
And they will. I mean, if he says the wrong thing, he thinks he's bannable. I don't think the guy's bannable. I think he's a good guy. Like,
Right.
a little slow, but whatever. Here less. It's a Canadian.
Right.
Not even about the Canadian thing. It's just
Hey,
there's
never
no
mind this
physical
Canadian.
contact. There's no physical contact. So
Yeah.
just relax.
Yeah, he is pretty much irrelevant. It just it's like Russell hit it with the perfect word. It's just monotonous,
Yeah.
God, like I said, I just can't imagine being you, listening to it all day in chat and then getting fucking emails on top of that, I'd laugh my ass off if I was you and I get a personal email from Lysurge. I'd be laughing so hard I couldn't even read it, Like, who the fuck is this guy?
And there's not one sentence or two. I skipped the whole thing. This guy writes a whole, I'm talking about, he writes a lot. He writes a lot.
Right.
I don't even read it. He thinks I read it. He thinks I read it.
Right, I'm sure he does. Yeah, it's just so absurd that if it wasn't really happening in front of you, you wouldn't even believe it. You'd say, "What? Nobody's coming on the internet and doing that for months on end. You got to be bullshit." But I guess it's back to the cigarette store again. I think let me count my ashtray. I've already had 4 today. Oh my God.
What's up? Is that Buddy or Crystal? Or not even there?
That's Crystal.
Hola, hola.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Hey,
We're
buddy.
sitting in the motel, man.
Oh my God, Buddy and Crystal together.
All right.
Yeah.
Together again.
Is that to get away from the kids, or are the kids with you?
No, but that's normally what it would be, Richard.
Right.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, man, I got the excuse in there filling. I got a bunch of paperwork I got to get done, man. I just needed my own little space, for a night, get it done.
All right. Good. Good enough.
Was Lysurge been complaining again?
Oh yeah, all day long. Yeah.
Nolan.
That's funny. You started that, didn't you, buddy? The Nolan thing?
Man, I think I just ran with somebody else's lead on. I think it was Ray of Sunshine. I think one day he said something about rawhide, and everybody just Nolan.
Hey, Buddy, something is wrong with Ray.
With
We
Ray
don't
of
see him
Sunshine?
anymore.
Yeah.
And we don't see him anymore.
No, man, he was. I just talked to him sometime today.
Today or yesterday?
It was today.
No, but he's not here that often.
Well, I know he does. like home repair stuff too, and the warm months are coming up. So I did see him the other day, or a couple of weeks ago, say he was getting all his tools ready. He usually gets most of his work in the warmer months, I think.
Hey, buddy, I think we should all come up with lyrics to the Rawhide for Nolan. Like, Nolan, 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 keep the bullshit rolling, keep it coming, going, Nolan. We'll just do it even the middle part there. Bring it back.
Hit him up, move him out, ride him in. Ride
Exactly.
him in,
Ride 'em,
Nolan.
All right, one. It should be funny.
Nolan, Nolan, Nolan. Keep the bullshit rolling.
You know I'm all about trolling, Nolan.
Keep it going, going. The bullshit's always rolling. Rolling, no hide. Poor Roland.
Is it full yet? No. Half full. I'm filling up that big jacuzzi, man. I'm gonna do all my paperwork in the jacuzzi. I think so, yeah. Trolling, 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 Nolan. So what's up, DeMello?
Just chilling, man. Just playing a little bit of the piano there earlier, man.
So, buddy,
No,
you came to a hotel just to get into a jacuzzi and sign your paperwork.
Yeah.
Oh,
nothing wrong with that.
oh,
It's about an inch high, paperwork though. So it's gonna take a while, man.
so what if the paper gets wet?
Then
Well,
I'll just
it will get wet. Don't worry about that.
it's shouldn't in here, not in this. It shouldn't. No, I've got a big ledge over here on the side that goes. In other words, the wall goes directly into the bedroom, and it's got a big ledge right there. That's where I'm gonna do my paperwork.
So you're in a hotel right now.
Yep.
Biltmore Suites.
Biltmore Suites. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, man.
No.
I have heard of that.
Yeah.
So where are the kids now?
I threw them in the garbage can on the way out.
Oh, come on now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I got
Say hi to.
you gotta just say see y'all later. Y'all take care, man.
Yeah. Say hi to the little one for me, buddy. Tell her I said hi, buddy.
Oh, I will.
Do buddy, do your kid knows us like DeMello, Richard,
Um,
Armando?
just in the last week, the question got asked to me. So, like, who were those who's the other people, And I went through it, and she came on here and said, she said hi to 2 or 3 people the other day, I think.
Said hi to me. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Seem really cute and happy and all that too.
Yeah.
That's all I care about, Richard. As long as that they're laughing and having a good time every day, the rest is secondary to me. When you realize, that's all that mattered any damn way through everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be right back. Off to the cigarette store.
I bought a whole pack, Richard. Na 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 booey. Hey, man. This is actually like when I was doing field technician work every day, these are the motels I would stay in. So you got your jacuzzi over there, but yet it's interconnected with sliding glass patio doors in between the bedroom and the hot tub, so you're not totally separated, you know. And you've got a platform here, man. I'm not shitting you. It's set up for business, is basically what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Wi-Fi stuff and everything's right here on this little
Hey
table.
buddy, hey buddy, what happens if you get like if you get the PP call while in the jacuzzi? Because sometimes it happens a lot.
What you say?
Well, let me just put it this way: the water gets yellow real quick.
Really? So
I don't
you
even get out, man. Nah,
so you
I just
PP
go ahead and drain it all and put brand new fresh in, and just I don't even get up, man. He's same for a number two. You'll just start to see a log float in the water.
oh my god. So you PP in your jacuzzi?
Well, Patty, they got a toilet right beside the damn thing. You just stand up, do what you got to do, get back in.
Oh. Because sometimes if you're drinking champagne or something,
Right.
and yeah, and the hot water is gonna make you like go and pee. So
Well, that's one thing good about Buddy. He doesn't drink.
But
oh, but
I might tonight if I get all my paperwork done. No, actually, it'll be too late for me to even buy alcohol, I think.
well, Crystal and Buddy having a moment of their own. Jacuzzi, love is in the air, and Armando is in
Love
the
is in
rear.
the
No, 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 no. Hey, buddy, love is in the air, and Armando is in the rear.
I forgot my sleepers in the van.
Oh yeah. So what does this mic sound like? I'm not used to talking on a built-in mic on an iPad.
It's good. It's good.
Really? So it picks up the entire room. In other words, you can hear me real good because I'm like 3 feet away right now.
I can hear you fine. Like,
Oh, okay. So when we start doing the nasty, I'll have to make sure that I cut this room mic off, right?
You done?
That was good. Late night Taco Bell, man.
Oh, the best.
All right.
that was a good line. Nolan, Nolan, Nolan. Keep the bullshit rolling.
You know I'm just a trolling Nolan.
Nolan, Nolan, Nolan.
If this room is set up like the ones you get at the coast, it'll be better. But this one doesn't have a kitchen.
I like this design better than down
I
there.
know, but it doesn't have a kitchen.
It's got a, well, yeah. Have you guys tried the, so DeMello, you got Taco Bells up that way?
Oh yeah, man. Some good stuff, man.
Have you seen the new Diablo in the black packages?
Yeah, man.
Diablo?
Yeah, man.
It's a little hotter than the fire, but yet it almost ruins the taste of the sandwich in a way.
Too
You know,
hot, eh?
yeah, I mean, it's, well, I eat real hot peppers a lot of times, but I mean,
Overkill.
No, it just changes. You know, like the
Yeah.
well, I don't like the. Uh, I don't know. It kind of makes that bite of the sandwich taste kind of bitter, but it is hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes they ruin a good thing, eh?
Yeah,
Like this
that's
one,
right.
man.
Exactly. They ruin a good thing.
Yeah, man. I like making my own stuff, like tacos. You know what I mean? You do the meat, you know,
Yeah, I
the
do
ground
too,
beef.
DeMello. I
Yeah.
love
Oh
making
yeah.
my own tacos.
You buy all the good stuff, you know, all fresh ingredients,
Mm-hmm.
and the cheese, you know, and the sour cream and all that. You know what I'm
Right.
talking about?
Real beef, you can,
Oh yeah.
put a lot of beef. I like it.
Exactly.
Well.
Yeah. And it's all fresh, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's better than the actual Taco Bell place. You know what I mean? Because you don't know
Right.
what the
You know,
stuff is in there.
it's a Mr. Meat in there.
Yeah.
Mystery meat. Mystery meat. Is that what LaSurge has? Is a little stick of mystery meat?
I don't know if they used river rats or something.
How full? How is it getting filled up?
Probably.
Man, you know, this was probably what about at least 10 years ago. I was at about 50 minutes from here, Casino Rama, and it was around 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was outside having a cigarette, and I see this friggin' thing. I thought it was a cat at first,
Uh-huh.
walking, you know, alongside the curb, and I'm looking at it, and it's dead. There's nobody outside, and you can see. I'm looking at it. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Sure enough, man, what a big fucking tail. The guy that works there, he was sweeping up the place, you know, the cigarette butts and stuff. And I said, hey, buddy, what the fuck is that? He looks. I said, that's a fucking rat, man. That's the biggest fucking rat I've seen, man. I said,
Oh my God.
yeah, I said to him, I said, hey, man, you guys got to get fucking rid of that thing, man. That thing, if that's a female, you're going to have fucking rats all over this place, man. He says, oh, don't worry about it, man. He says, there's a river just up the other side of that property there, the farm.
Those river rats are big.
That's what he said. He said, it's a river rat.
Right.
I said, oh, fucking,
I
that's what it
never,
is.
yeah, I never saw a river rat until I got down. I take that back. I first saw them in Newport News when I worked in the shipyard. And I also saw them when we were playing. The people who live on the river, you know, they go to each other's house on a boat. And, but that's, so they keep their houseboats and stuff that they go up and down the river on, like docked at their property. And so river rats, man, you'll see river rats running on the
Right.
decks of their houseboats down at, you know, sitting in the river. I'm talking about, man,
Yeah.
bigger than a cat.
Yeah, man. I've never seen such a fucking big rat in my life, man. I was thinking of actually, you know, start to jog inside the fucking casino.
Right.
I hate fucking rats, and this thing, man,
Yeah.
it was fucking gnarly, man.
Yeah, man. Some nights I'd be walking through the shipyard. It'd be pouring down rain, man. I'd have to walk half a mile to get, you know, a tool or something. And
Yeah.
they'll just come out from around anywhere in that shipyard, man. They just run right in front of you, man. I've kicked a couple of them. It scared me late at night, you know.
Oh yeah, man. They're scary fucks, man.
Boy, they'll turn around and snap you too, boy.
Well, they got the big fucking teeth, man. I don't like rats to begin with, and I never thought a fucking rat could grow to that size, man.
They're dangerous. I mean, the river rats actually, I don't want to say prehistoric and go that far, but their teeth and jaw structure and the shape, I mean, it's a little, what word am I looking for? It doesn't really look like in between the stages of the dinosaur and today,
Mm-hmm.
whatever time period that is. got a,
to open this. Open it for me.
what is that? Oh,
Coffee.
Yeah,
It's
man.
open.
I was shocked when I seen that thing, man. I didn't know, man. I thought, fuck, man. A rat is a rat, but to see a thing of that size, man. And the guy explained it to me right away. He said, it's a fucking river rat. They live by the river up just over
yeah,
there.
just think of the biggest domestic cat you've seen,
Mhm.
and that's about the size or bigger.
Yeah, man.
That's what they use in dumplings in Chinese restaurant.
Did you hear that?
Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, I heard that.
I do not want to eat there if they use cat and dog.
Well, they had somebody started a rumor back in the late '70s in Brampton with I'm not going to say the name of the Chinese restaurant, and they almost ruined that business. That restaurant today, it's a chain of restaurants. They're very big. They're everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Starts with an M. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, man. It was all over the newspapers. The owner of that restaurant, he went on the newspaper and he explained that this was some kind of somebody's joke, idea of a joke, and it almost put them, out of business over it because they said that they were grabbing cats and stuff,
Right.
from the streets and,
Had a similar
man,
thing.
yeah.
Similar thing happened to a guy that runs this big hamburger joint over near the Coliseum here on a local level, and so the name of his burger place is Beef Burger. Okay, beef, BEEF. Well, it got circulated that they came out with meat that they actually were putting worms in with the meat, and it wasn't real beef. And that's the rumor that spread around on him, man, and it hurt his business bad. And if I'm remembering the story right, that's what it was. He's got that new meat with worms in it, man,
Yeah.
And so he changed the company name eventually to Biff Burger, BIFF, and changed beef to Biff, and then started getting some good meat in there. And he still does a pretty good business to this day, but he took a hit, man, for that. He was getting some real cheap meat. Maybe it was. I heard that there was some companies or something somewhere along the way that was actually putting in worms with the meat. I don't know if that's true or not. But yeah, so a bad name in a restaurant can go a long way because a lot of it's word of mouth.
Yeah, man.
I was going to eat at this place in California one time, and then I saw these 2 or 3 white dogs, about, a little bit bigger than a Labrador Retriever. And I think they were chopping up just those 3 white dogs. Kind of looks like that one that Avatar is right there. I'm just kidding. Did you hear that, Packy?
What?
Talking about
What?
Nah, man, but they actually believe it or not, they just outlawed that in the last, hold on and I'll find out for sure. Let's see. When did they actually come out with that law that nobody could kill dogs anymore in the Philippines? 90s, in the late 90s? Late 80s? Yeah, it was just in the late 80s that they passed the law in Asia, making it against the law.
In Asia, they still eat dogs in China.
Well, let me be more specific. In the Philippine area, they passed a new law making it against the law, but it was not against the law there to do that until the late 80s or the 90s.
They still eat cats and cats and dogs, and I've seen like uh, cat's head
Oh yeah,
in Thai frozen food. So, ooh.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It kind of put a stop to it in the Philippines, but I mean, really, it wasn't being done on the inner cities. It was more in the province areas. You know, the poor, poverty province areas. Uh, you know, is where you would hear the stories of all that going on. But on the inner cities, I don't ever remember seeing sliced, sliced Pekingese. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what bikinis are.
In other words, I didn't walk in and see any signs that said Labrador Retriever over here, Pekingese, Bulldog. you know,
I'm gonna mention a name. I got food poison last month from eating from Panda Express.
I remember you came in here.
Yeah, and I'm not going there again. I used to a lot from Panda Express, but they gave me food poison.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, buddy, I got like 3 boxes. Okay, sorry, 4 boxes. Uh, 3 of them I ate it with my family. Um, I mean my nephew and his father, and 1 box I brought it to work, and one chicken or something spilled on my shirt, which is like really dirty. But I took the chicken and I put it back in my mouth. So maybe it was something from the shirt. It got cross contaminated
Well,
or
it
some
could
kind.
have Packy, but it's real doubtful. It was probably the food. Something about the food. Or you just got a stomach virus and didn't know it, and you happened to eat at that restaurant. You getting a 24-hour stomach virus sounds more along the line to me, because you said that other family members ate the same thing, right?
Yes, but different boxes.
Well, I mean, okay, so I'm going to say 24-hour stomach virus, and you did not get food poisoning.
Okay. But it lasted for like 3 days.
Well, stomach viruses are funny, man. I've had, I don't know, 6, 7 times, just all of a sudden, man, you'll just get diarrhea. You don't know why. It's not what you ate, nothing. And it's just a stomach virus.
But it was temperature and diarrhea, and
When
it
you go to
it lasted for 3 days.
your security job, you are touching doors that people touch all day long, and
No.
you don't think so?
No, I
So
don't
you're
touch
in
the
more of a
doors.
where? Okay, so you're not really going in and out of building doors a lot.
No, just on the street, or sometimes I go to a construction site because that's kind of in a place which is sort of vulnerable for break-in. So I just go to the construction site. I open the gate and I park my car inside the construction site. Most of the time, I'm parked outside on a street. So
Watching the properties.
yes.
Okay. Hey, let me cut on this hot tub real quick. I'll be right back.
That's too loud.
Can you hear that thing running, man?
Uh
Yeah.
huh.
Man, that's kind of loud, dude. Surely they can get me a quieter pump motor than that. My God.
Yeah, they can get pretty loud. I know what you mean. But I just wanted to make a comment to Armando. When people argue about God that don't even believe in God,
Yeah.
they just want to argue. And that, once again, that's one of Lyserg's problems. He can't initiate a discussion. He can only initiate arguments. I don't know why you'd even bother responding to the arguments from people that don't. Oops.
Someone, someone left, or someone joined.
It was me. It's my computer. I think maybe my hard drive's losing data or something. I don't know. It's been
Turn off these lights over here.
an ongoing problem.
Cut these off. There you go. Oh,
My
yeah.
second icon will disappear in a minute.
Oh shit, it's going to the computer.
Your Majesty.
So, buddy, do you look like Prune yet?
As far as getting in the hot tub,
Yeah, you know how it wrinkles up your skin.
it just now got full, and I guess I might have to mic out when I jump in this damn thing over here in a few minutes.
Well, if we hear any funny sounds from Crystal, we'll be sure and let you know it's coming through the mic.
Well, we should leave the mic on then.
Yeah, you should. I don't think there's any rule against that.
No, actually, man, believe it or not, I got all this damn whole stack of freaking, my God. Anyway, a bunch of paperwork.
All right. Well, take your time. We wouldn't want you to come back and be accused of having premature orgasms.
Or I could wait till early in the morning for the paperwork and go ahead and do the nasty now.
Yeah, I don't, like they say, don't put off until tomorrow what you can put off until the next day.
Right. What you put off till the next day. That's not the way that's it. Why should I put off tomorrow what I can do today? Isn't that the way it goes?
That's the way some people say it, not me.
Right. Until I can put it off the next couple days, right?
Absolutely.
When you start.
Now, there's no rush to get anything done in my life, except get a cigarette once in a while.
Well, you took on one of them. In other words, it's like this. If I'm doing like an exterior of a home or something, about the first couple of days, I'm really enthused, watching it come together and all the hard work. But then when it gets down to the fine stuff and you stay on it like 3 weeks for any reason, man, you'll just get burnt out. And, you got to take frequent breaks and put it off a couple of days, and then, go back. Man, I don't like this iPad. I can't see the YouTube chat or anything right now. Can you set this screen up where I can see anything?
You can't.
Oh, you can?
One thing at a time. You can only see YouTube, or you can only see
Why everybody is so silent?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out to Becky.
You can talk to him, man.
I think everybody's wanting to hear somebody doing the nasty.
Uh-oh. Don't be a perv, HP.
I know. I can't believe him sometimes.
I know, man. This guy.
I just said that. Why everybody is so silent? That's it.
I don't know. I'm sitting here trying to figure it out too. I'm like, wonder if I'm doing something wrong on this room mic on this damn iPad. Because you'll start to hear,
Nobody is fucking thinking about that.
Oh my God.
Only Buddy is thinking about some nasty stuff. And
Well,
HP
I don't
would
know.
be
It
the
might
one.
have come. It might have come to Richard's mind too.
Who are we kidding? That's all we ever think about. We're men.
Men. Wonderful men.
That's the way we're programmed, man.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Thank God, Ron Kanushi, for programming me different.
Right. Hey man, other than that one factory flaw, he did a pretty good job, except for the
Damn! Don't you hate it when you catch a mosquito in your hand and you go to kill it and it flies away? That
Oh,
really
man.
fucking annoys me, dude.
Yeah, me too.
Just happened to me. I had that fucker right in my hand.
Yeah.
I squeezed, tried to kill it, opened up my hand, and it got away.
that's just
Hey, that's
that's just
good.
so that's just so he could look at you and figure out when it's time to come in for the kill and get you.
I
You
know
know
it.
those buggers, they fucking 2 miles away, they got your scent and they're going on to get you, from 2 miles away, man.
Yeah.
You know that?
I know that they're attracted to, scents and, like a big pile of shit and everything too. So.
Hey, hey, you want to know something, man? My old man, he was diabetic and shit, but the mosquitoes wouldn't fucking bite him, man. For some fucking reason, they'd go
Huh.
to his arm, and they didn't want to fucking bite him for some reason.
Nature's funny, man. I can remember seeing my dad pull a big, reach up inside of a honey tree and pull out an entire honeycomb on his entire arm with bees all over it. Now, it's a certain time of year you got to do it, right?
Right.
But me and my two sisters were out there with him, and they got scared and ran out into the field. They never stung anybody that stayed at the tree, but they sensed the fear in my two sisters and went out there in the field and stung their ass.
Yeah, the pheromones. That's what got them. They s- uh, they got the scent of
Right. I
your
stayed right there in
reaction.
awe, because, I knew, about the tree down in the hollow, all that stuff, and all the stories behind it, but I never actually saw anybody do it. And I'm gonna tell you, man, he didn't put on gloves or nothing. He just
Yeah, man.
reached up in that damn tree and pulled out this huge honeycomb. Oh man, you talking about the best honey too, but bees all over it. He just sits there and brushes them off with his bare hand. They never sting him or nothing.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there in awe, you know what I mean?
I seen
And
them do that. Survivor Man. You ever watch that program? Les Stroud. He does a program, Survivor Man. He goes different parts of the world, and they drop him off, and he's there for 7 days, and he,
right.
Whatever he's got on him, he
It's
survives with
something
it.
about the time of year it is and the way at the exact right time that they're processing the honeycomb, and they're just
Yeah,
they're not in like stinger mode, they're not
yeah,
wanting to sting. But I was just in awe, man. I was sitting there watching the old man just brush hundreds of honeybees off, off his arm and off the honeycomb. And man, we took that big honeycomb and put it in, made jars of honey out of it. And
yeah.
man, you talking about good, yum yum.
They showed in Africa. His program. He went to a tribe there, and this is the same thing you're talking about, man. It was on a tree, and it had inside the tree, the trunk
Right.
that had the bees, and
That's right.
the honey was in there. And
Right.
they reached in there. They took the big honeycomb.
That's right.
They left some of it in there, and you see the bees, go on the guy's arm. They weren't stinging him or nothing, and they took the honey, the best honey. Like he was just freaking out when he was tasting the honey.
Oh man, when I saw it done, it's same thing. Big hole in the side of the trunk of tree, and he just reach up in there and just pull the honeycombs out. But when my old man did that, I was thinking, when you first go to clench with your hand to pull the honeycomb out, your hand's all over the bees.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
And I'm sitting there thinking, man, what the? Surely he's getting the shit stung out of him, man.
Yeah.
But in
Would
that,
figure. Yeah.
no stings, no nothing. He sit there and now when he started brushing the bees off and they were just falling all down at my feet and and all that and crawling up my leg, I said, I'm gonna go out here, Pop.
Yeah.
I don't want them crawling up my leg and stuff, But
Yeah, man.
it was very interesting, man. I never, I always heard the stories. He said, I'll show you sometime, and that time came and I was amazed.
Wow. Nature, man.
Yeah, I guess if you grow up around that, man, it's second nature to you.
But you got to know, you got to be taught that, you can't just be a dummy.
Right. In other words, if I would have tried to do it, they would have I know they would have just fucked me up, man.
Yeah, if you would have did it out of season, it wasn't that right time period.
Right.
Yeah, they would have got you good.
I'm used to knocking over a hornet's nest and running like hell.
Yeah, I did that too, man, with my neighbor's tree, man. Fuck, run like hell to the side of my house inside the fucking side door, man.
Right.
And have all these fucking hornets fucking chasing me, man. Look like
Yeah,
a fucking
man.
madman.
Yeah, and then the black, I remember we sat on the side of a hill one time at a bridge, and all of a sudden, man, there were black wasps. They were black, and they were in my brother's hair. And I was like, hey, man, you got 2 black hornets in your hair. He said, bullshit. And all of a sudden, he felt them, right after I said it, right? He felt them. And he went to do that. Next thing I know, man, we had sat on a nest of those things that were down in the ground. And their house is in the ground. And we sat right on top of their damn nest, man. And man, we started running like hell, and they came after us in a swarm, man. It was bad. I went and grabbed the water hose on me and started, spraying the water hose.
Yeah.
And then another time, I saw this huge swarm of bees just flying in the sky. And my old man went and got the big tubs like you collect beans with when you're snapping beans, the big water tubs.
Yeah.
He went and grabbed one of those and started beating it with a stick in the front yard. And that made all that big, I'm talking about all you saw was a black spot in the sky, man. That's how many there were. And they came in, and I don't know where, I always heard the stories, but anyway, man, sure enough, man, that damn big swarm of bees came down and made their home in a tree, our neighbor's front tree, after the old man got done beating that fucking tub. And that's a true story.
Yeah, man.
Whatever it was, it made them know or attracted them to settle at that spot. Don't ask me why, but it's true. I witnessed it. That's just one of them good old Southern farm stories.
Oh, yeah, man. Yep.
I just saw on the news today, and damn it, I'm trying to remember the place now. They're investing 1.3. This is all from what Donald Trump is doing. They're investing $1.3 billion in Kentucky, where Denise is in, God, I can't remember the city. But anyway, they're building a huge Toyota plant there in Kentucky. And I already know there's a big Honda manufacturing plant in Indiana, because they called me and wanted to hire me to work on their PLCs and stuff. And I turned them down. Yeah, man, so good things are happening.
All right, that's good, man.
Yeah, on the economic side, here, America's coming back. I've never seen things be put together that fast as far as the business world in my life, Joel. He's really making it happen, man. The latest number is, God, and that was the main number I wanted to remember to tell you guys. God, how many jobs was it? I want to say 900. No, I'm sorry, 600,000. 600,000 new jobs have already been created. 600,000.
That's a lot.
I think you might mean committed to, not necessarily actually created.
That's what's already been prevented from leaving versus the new investment of employment. Yeah, so
there aren't necessarily people with those jobs quite yet.
Yeah, that's part of that number, but the other but that's on all the things.
And I'm not complaining. That's better than minus 600,000.
Right. No, I feel you. Yeah, that, in other words, and I'm trying to remember the term they used for that, Richard. Anyway, jobs to be expected from so on the investment side of jobs to come versus what he's already saved and what has been added to the existing, the percentage rate, what they have, what word do they use for this? Damn it. In other words, the outlook of America corporations investing is at an all-time high of 93%, Richard.
Oh, that's good. Hopefully it'll keep going,
Yep.
I see in the news now they're talking about, Japan trying to form some sort of strategy to keep Trump happy, and they're going to be discussing it soon. But, without Trump coming along, Japan would have done a whole bunch of nothing about anything because nobody cared. And now, the news is, Japan's trying to figure out how to make the president of the United States happy with jobs. What could be better than that? Even if it doesn't work, it's better than nothing.
Right. He's very specific. So I watched a big thing where all the CEOs and everything were around. A new one, though, not the ones he's already had. And, what was I trying to get to here? But yeah, every industry you can think of was around the table, and they're all reinvesting here now. So, I mean, it's just getting started, Richard.
Oh, yeah. Well, I agree. We agree on all that kind of thing. It's kind of interesting. This last employment report was really pretty disappointing compared to what people thought it was going to be. So we'll see what happens. But people are starting to get a little concerned. The market itself is a little out of touch with the reality on the ground. But we'll see how that progresses.
Well, that's called the dip period.
Yeah, and it always goes down this time of year anyway. So it's just a matter of how much extra it might go down because of how much extra it went up because of Trump. But we'll see. I noticed too, they reported in the news that now they're talking, they're trying to get the tax cuts by 2018 instead of August. So they sort of put that out into the distance a little further last Friday.
Right.
But nobody seems to care. Nobody's going to care right up until they do care. However long that is, who knows?
Right. I'll tell you, Richard. Oh, there was something specific I was going to. Oh, he's making sure that when he gives the press the report in real time, okay, he is mentioning because he already knows they're going to spin it and say, oh, those jobs were probably going to stay here anyway. Trump didn't.
Yeah, right.
So Trump is making sure during his report that he is specifying all of those features, all of those talking points. He did. I was impressed with the category of coverage in his speech at that table with all those CEOs today.
Yeah, me too. I'm impressed that he's had so many meetings with so many different diverse parts of the economy, and all those people in those meetings come out saying how impressed they are that he just sat there and listened and asked questions. He didn't preach, he didn't tell them what to do.
Right.
He just sat there and absorbed all the information he could get.
That's what a real leader does right there, man.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I don't know, man. Hey, it is what it is. I told Joel, not Joel, I'm sorry, Grizz. I told Grizz in here the other night, it wasn't a heated debate or anything. He's just got his viewpoints, and I just reminded him that, you know, I can get all the reports in the world on any place on the planet. Using the Philippines as an example, if I go to Wikipedia and I go to all these things and I get all this media spin job, man, you'll think it's a war zone over there with the new president. You know what I mean?
Right. Sure.
And then you go there and it's just like,
right.
Really great civilian life. Now, I'm not saying the rough areas. I'm saying in the inner cities, you know, where everything's happening. I mean, it's, you know, so I just reminded Grizz of that. So as you're getting all your reports about all the spin jobs about, you know, what's going on in Syria and all, you know, don't get too serious about it because, you know, but anyway, it does look like for sure that it's been, after what I saw today, it's been extremely confirmed for a fact from all types of resources that the attack did come from Assad, not from the rebels, not from the United States, not from anything, but it's been verified through intelligence agencies, is what I just found out today, that, you know, so he's, for whatever the reason is, man, he's killing his own people. I don't know why. You know, it's a dictatorship, you know, there you go. I mean, anything goes for whatever the reasons may be, but it's definitely been confirmed that it's nobody else but Assad doing it. And that's from no media, straight from intelligence sources. So I'm kind of sold on the fact, unless that is a false flag operation like I haven't seen before, they didn't really want to go in there anyway under those conditions. They're already working on other situations in that region. And that was a deterrent, actually, that they even had to do that in the midst of trying to get, you know, they're going after ISIS and all that stuff over there too.
What gets me with Grizz is he makes these ridiculous claims and sort of relies on the, oh, well, I read it on the internet stuff. Like he claimed that the town they bombed in, there was no reason, and it was 200 meters from the airstrip. And it's nowhere close to 200 meters, and it's a rebel-held town, which is why it was fucking gassed. And he comes up with this shit, and then when you catch him, he's later like, oh, well, yeah, I was wrong. I said, well, why are you so quick to spew propaganda when, you know, your whole deal seems to be that everybody else is the one spewing propaganda and you do the exact same thing? You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it seems to be a real personal involvement with him. I'll say that much.
It does. Yes, it does. His personal vendetta is to try to convince everybody that everything in the world is bullshit by using just this nonsense he comes up with. And it's, oh, well, yeah, I was wrong and I admitted it, so that makes it okay. No, you know, spewing bullshit is spewing bullshit. Admitting it when you get caught later doesn't really change that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I learned a little bit more about it today, and so I'm kind of sold. In other words, I already supported the missile strike because it's nothing more than a spanking, you know, and just say, you know, enough is enough. Now, enough is enough on that. Let's get back and take care of the things we're taking care of over here now.
It's kind of escalating, though. There, you know, Trump's saying now that, you know, Russia's scared. They're also accusing Russia of being involved with the chemical stuff. So the whole war of words is really taking a much more anti-Russian tone than Trump had 2 weeks ago. That's for sure.
Yeah. I also saw that. So I watched a press conference with Mattis and whoever that general or whoever he was with him. So they went through, told them, gave a big update report in specific details too. And then they took questions from the press. And that was interesting, man. Mattis is real straightforward, like, when he said, when they tried to make him specify what he meant about, in other words, he said something like this administration is taking a firm stance on this. It's been, and it's been going on long enough, blah, blah, blah. And then the media tried to spin what he said. He goes, well, I guess you'd rather me have it say it that Russia needs to do what's in their best interest then.
Now they're coming out. Here's something like coming across the newswire now. The United States has come out and said that Russia has to leave Syria, or they should leave Syria anyway. So they're ramping all this stuff up against Russia pretty hardcore. Every couple of hours is some new, slam against Russia. This whole, Trump's going to turn Russia into our buddy thing is just completely, he wised up. I think he just wised up and realized that they're not the country he thought they might have been after a few briefings from the, National Security Agency or something. You know what I mean?
Well, these things have always gone on what they call the back channel, Richard.
Right.
It's just more exposed to the media now, what goes on behind the lines a little more than it used to. So you're kind of hearing the things that have always gone on more so to the forefront now, and which makes it seem more escalated than it really is.
Right. Oh yeah, I know what you mean, but I'm just saying the whole tone has taken this complete fucking reversal, and it's getting ratcheted up. I kind of thought it would just stay at what it was, where they said, okay, this is a one-time strike, just don't do it again, that'll be the end of it. But now they're ratcheting it up to, Russia's involved, Russia should leave, all this kind of stuff, which I kind of didn't expect. I mean, I sort of did, but kind of didn't. But it's happening. The escalation is happening at a much faster rate than I expected.
Yeah. Well, anytime you make a firm stance on anything, you have the opposition naturally, and then it's almost guaranteed that it'll get worse before it gets better.
Right. There you go. That's exactly it. And we'll see. I mean, it'd be interesting if Russia said, okay, fine. I'm going to join America and be against Assad and against ISIS. And, Russia was to start really, changing, if Russia switched sides and went with America, this whole thing might get cleaned up in a few months, and just surprise the shit out of everybody. Trump would get what he wanted. Russia would look good. We could go back to being buddies with Russia and everybody be happy, except Assad,
Right.
That would be really fucking wild, I mean, that would surprise the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, I'll take the wall, for example. As soon as we stood up and started putting our foot down, enough is enough at the border, what's the next thing that happened? More opposition. Vicente Fox coming on the news and going, we're never going to pay for that fucking wall. And so Mexico blames us when we try to step up to the plate and say, look, can you help us stop your cartels from coming over here? And they blame the hub cities of America, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, sure, I'd want things to continue on too. My people are fleeing over to your country's taking care of them. They're sending their money back to Mexico. All's well that ends well, And now, we're putting a stop to all this dumb shit, and look at the opposition. So it always gets worse before it gets better. That's my point.
Yeah.
It's been nice while they've been riding a free train, sucking off this economy for all their country's problems with, fix your country and take care of your people is the way I see it.
You better buy some drinks down in the lobby before you jump in here. Look, we're out of drinks.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be thirsty after this.
Can y'all hear Crystal back there talking?
Yeah, I can't quite understand something about drinks in the lobby.
Exactly. I just wondered. I know these room mics pick up, but yeah, so there's sliding glass patio doors in the wall right there, and she's in the jacuzzi later. Wants me to walk down and get some drinks. This could end up good. This could end up good. Can I wait for the drinks in the lobby till later?
Yeah, this chat gets kind of addicting. You don't want to get on with normal life. Believe me, I know, dude.
The next thing you know, we'll be Cam in live mood.
Well, one can only hope.
Nobody wants to see my ugly ass.
I don't know. Is that even? I think if you had a Google like a nudist Google Hangouts, and somebody reported it, they'd probably ban your channel. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know what the rules for whatever the reasons you wanted to do it. On air, off air. I mean, if nobody's really recording it. Right. Meaning anybody in the group themselves at home recording it, then right. You would think that the policy from their standpoint would be they're not responsible for anything. But
right, I'd say they'd have to put it on like their YouTube page and somebody report it or something.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know what their policy is either. Like if two people want to have a nude like call on Google Hangouts, I think that's probably against the rules. I don't think they want anything to do with sex chat or nudity or any of that kind of stuff. I've known people that's done things like that with Skype.
Oh yeah, well Skype doesn't care. Skype, whatever. You want to have a nude chat, go ahead. Line, WhatsApp, all them things. They don't give a shit.
Right. Right.
They just want customers. They don't care what the customers do.
Right.
But I think Google, they did just try to be a little. That's part of my complaint. Is they're like AOL. Try to be too family friendly when they should have sections for people that want to look at YouTube porn or have nude discussions or whatever. Why are they limiting their business in that way? Because if you look at the people on YouTube, they're not fucking family people anyway. They're people that want to argue and scream and, look at porn and shit. It's not a family-oriented site to begin with, really. Some of it is, but not a lot of it. I think it's more, it lends itself to the more dysfunctional of society, not the Christian family members to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, they should have like the adult section of YouTube and Google Hangouts and all, but I'm kind of thinking if they ever get into concern that they need to turn it into a profitable business, they can just flip the switch and allow that, and then they'll start making money on that part and everything will be fine. I think they're just sort of holding out for the last minute unless they have to, you know what I mean? Until they have to.
And I've often wondered this. So if I shoot videos to back up my music, for example, I'm thinking this would be an off-air good platform to show it in to get everybody's opinion on how the video went with the music. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you can even do it on air if it's your own music. But yeah, it would be a decent platform to get some music experts together and show them your videos and let them,
Well, I mean, even us or anybody, you'd be surprised. People are pretty good about that kind of thing. And I loved in the video where you showed this and I could, I was living it through the song while I was watching it visual, kind of thing. That's what I'm going to try to. So I guess in a nutshell, what I'm saying is meshing in the video with the audio.
Well, you could you could run your video through your icon and present it to the room while we're all just chatting normally without even the actual music too, if you just wanted to have people look at the video part.
Exactly, and check out the video and can watch it several times and just see how it all worked.
Yeah, you can do that. You can run a video, in your video in your icon. There's guys that live stream in their icons,
Right.
Good stuff. I want to live stream, just poke my cell phone camera out the front window of my car when I drive down in Pattaya or something next time, so people can see, what the roads in Thailand are like.
Oh yeah, man, and all the way down to selling any kind of package for your area. That can go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, people would shit at how these fuckers drive, man. As they can't pick a lane, they pay no attention to the fucking lines in the roads.
That's
It's
right.
just ridiculous.
It was bumper to bumper when I was driving in the Philippines.
Oh,
No stoplights, no stop signs, bumper to bumper. That's why I bought that big diesel truck, just for that reason.
Jakarta, my wife says Jakarta is the worst. She says she goes over there, it'll take 6 hours to get somewhere that might take an hour and a half to get here. It's just ridiculous.
Right. That's right. That's why, so here's a big culture thing, So I'm used to asking, well, how long does it take to get there, from here? And you get over there and it's go, 2 jeepney rides. 2 jeep.
Right.
What do you mean 2 jeepney rides? Well, okay, what kind of fucking time is that?
Right.
And
it just depends.
Right.
Yeah, see, here's another sign. Toyota says the U.S. auto market has peaked. I'm hearing a lot of that in the business news lately. People are starting to get concerned that without some kind of stimulus, the economy is going to start slowly backsliding a tiny amount. They're not, concerned about some big recession, but they think that the expansion is really stalled out at this point.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that there's not going to be a transitional period, but on the side of whatever I've watched any other president do, Richard.
I agree.
Well, no, he's pulling money from other areas that nobody else would ever dare to do for years. All the fraud and corrupt money, it's billions. It's billions. And he's really putting a stop to that shit. I don't know how much fraud and abuse he's already stopped with him getting in the middle of all the business deals, the corrupt business deals, and what they call bureaucratic red tape, and everybody has their markup, and a $5 hammer costs $900 when it gets to the person bank, through the government contracts that everybody's just charging whatever amount they want to for whatever, he's already been digging deep with those things. So the reason I mention that is because I see him saving money in categories that is substantial money that I think is even going to aid and abet the dip period.
Yeah, well, what he's doing is he's trying to cut the fat and get rid of the healthcare kind of stuff and all that before they get on with the tax cuts, so he can say, look, I saved $1 billion here, so if we have $1 billion less in taxes, where everything's equal, I paid for it. That's what he really wants to do. Is he doesn't want to make the tax cuts and then go after the money. He wants to be able to demonstrate to the House that the money saving is already there. So why wouldn't you make tax cuts? Which is a good strategy. It's a smart strategy.
And I'll tell you something else I've noticed. I think he's a lot smarter than anybody gives him credit for. In other words, if I wanted to test the water of an already gridlocked system, Richard, the first thing I would do would be just to see and analyze the process and what's really going on. I would introduce a bill that I feel like would be way out there.
He's a little bit what I would call Columbo-ish. And I'd bet a lot of money that if you asked him if he'd watched Columbo and liked Columbo, he'd say yes. Because he kind of has that sort of pretending to be bumbling so that you think he's stupid, like Columbo. You know what I mean by Columbo-ish, right?
It's one of the best games that was played during his era of time.
Yeah, right.
In the business world he was in, and also dealing with what the pre-existing conditions of the city that he was doing it into with the mafia and blah 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 blah. So yeah, man, I have come to really almost consider him a business genius. a lot of the tactics, I'm not trying to boast myself up, but in the independent business world, in the business that I ran for 10 years, and just my everyday life of going to corporate meetings, blah, 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 those were actually some of the tactics I used, and what kind of springboarded me from being just an average to a well above average, somebody, you know, they could get things done and cheaper than what they thought they could get it for. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So trim the fat, the whole ball of wax. But yeah, man, I'm gonna say the health bill, sending it through and then pulling it was almost. I'll put it to you this way: Obamacare is blowing the shit up, and everybody knows it. And trust me, there'll be a help. They're going back to the table with a health care bill. But he did want to have that done first. You know.
Yeah, he did. And he might still. I mean, that could be why they're sort of saying that the taxes are going to be delayed, because they're already talking about taking another shot at the health care here pretty quick anyway.
Well,
it may get done sooner than we think.
Yeah, if you look into that just a little more, Richard, I see a great business plan going on, even with a health care bill.
Yeah,
You know,
we'll see.
His brilliant business work is what I'm saying. Because, man, think about dealing with a gridlock. You know what goes on up there. Jesus has got to clear through 963,000 people. And you know what I mean?
No. Yeah, if it stays gridlocked much longer, he may just take the attitude, look, I'm going to start working on, you know, who I'm going to get rid of and why, and spend a lot of time strategizing that, and say, I'm just going to, you know, kind of put this on hold until I can straighten out the gridlock in 2018 and then start doing it. At some point, if these people don't come around, that's kind of the only choice he has left. These people are really treading on thin ice, because if those people give him no choice but to make sure they get voted out of office, that's what's going to happen to him.
Right, and I've already seen that happening. A couple of people that have already been let go. One guy said, "You're going to have to fire me."
Yeah, I saw Paul Ryan and his super PAC yanked a bunch of money out of all those freedom people's hands already.
Right. So, you know, money games, and also, you know, lightly said, I really do think he's trying to do what he told the American people he was going to do.
Right, and that's what shocks her. They're like, what? He really is going to build a wall? It's like, well, how many fucking times did he tell you that already? Why is that a surprise?
His whole life is about doing what he says. So I don't think he's going to change now.
Yeah, it's it's just another Trump-tastic day.
It's a Trump-tastic day in America. Actually, around the world, that's all I ever hear anybody ever talking about.
You know, their India is really coming around. They have the best performing market so far this year, and they're kind of catching people by surprise in the upsurge in their own gross domestic economy. Noticing that here lately too.
Right.
Yeah, those countries with those humongous ass populations, man, if they could just get their shit together, man, they could just boost the whole world. You know what I mean? It's like India and China together. If they become, you know, a huge economic powerhouse, it drags everybody up, just like America has been dragging everybody up for so many fucking years, you know?
Richard, you just hit on it right there. That's what it is, man. But I don't even try to discuss those types of things to somebody like LaSurge or if,
right.
In other words, we're talking about on the economic level of things, whether they like every policy he's trying to, you know, or his views. The one thing is, you know, I mean, hey, man, so the people elected him to do a certain job of things he said he was going to do. And it will bring everybody else up in other countries also.
Yeah, they don't realize that when America's wealthy, everybody gets wealthy. They're kind of like, oh, America, they're greedy, they're going to be wealthy and keep all the money in them. So they don't realize people buy Adidas and they buy, you know, fucking Mini Coopers from England, and they buy fucking crap from Africa and all. You know, they don't get it that when America is doing well, everybody can participate and do well. They just don't get that.
Well, if they'd all just look at one thing, their exports and how well their exports are going to do when America's doing well.
That's right.
If you just look, if you
get
it, that's as simple as I could put it. And yeah, man, I already know it's going to help them out too. So, you know, they'll be lucky for it, whether they can see it or not. They'll enjoy the times. You know?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is, boy, you know, try to get these people that have whined all the way to say, well, you know, maybe you shouldn't accept the tax cut. You know, maybe, you know, since you said there weren't going to be any great jobs, you shouldn't take one. You know, they're going to be jumping right on board, putting the money in their pocket, but still complaining all the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what bugs me.
Yeah. And when you have to actually get directly involved with transactions that have those, that aroma around it and those elements, then you feel it more. You know what I mean?
Does your fucking our cell phone service provider fucking bomb you with SMS messages all the time? I'm getting so sick of this shit. In order to get rid of the messages, you have to go down to the fucking place and sign some piece of paper. It just fucking annoys the shit out of me, you know? I get like 2 fucking messages from these clowns every day in Thai that I can't even read. I don't even know what the fuck it says. It's like, why do these idiots send me this shit?
Well, okay, so your information's been, you know what it is, it's been sold to third parties, and in order to stop it, you got to go through the bureaucratic red tape to get it stopped when you never even applied for it.
Exactly. And the thing is, you're right, it's probably already been sold to third parties. So what I should have done was right there when I got the fucking number, I should have stopped it. Now it's probably too late. Yeah, I won't get messages from that company, but I'm still going to get it from all the companies they've already sold it to, I guess.
Exactly.
And I don't care, what is it, of some fraction of a fucking penny each time they send me one, but it's just annoying. I don't like deleting them every fucking day. You know, that's what bugs me.
Oh yeah, that's the ripple effect from them actually selling it while they're making money off your information and bugging the living shit out of you, sucking up your time.
Absolutely.
Ah, damn it. It pisses me off too, man. It really does. I've got mine down to a bare minimum now, except I had a family member set it up, you know, where I get a weather report every day. But other than that, I don't get any miscellaneous messages and stuff, you know, like
I've been blocking numbers left and right, but the one I can't block is the one from the cell phone provider itself. They don't allow me to block them without filling out that stupid form, like I said. But that's the thing, is it's escalating. You know what I mean? I know it's escalating because every day there's more and more numbers that I can block. So that's the fucked up part.
So you're going through a block procedure is basically what you're having to go do.
Right. Every time I get a message from one of these third parties, I block the number, but they probably have 10,000 different numbers anyway, and they're still going to send them to me. You know?
Right.
Ridiculous. But I, you know, live and learn, whatever. Maybe I'll just get a new fucking card with a new number and sign up, you know, right from the get-go that I don't want any fucking messages. It's just annoying. And I guess you know, you get enough messages and your cell phone automatically deletes them anyway. But
yeah, but it's just the unwanted incoming all the time.
Right, it's the unwanted intrusion. If I want a fucking message from you, I'll tell you. Don't call me, I'll call you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Richard, I'm gonna sign back on in a little bit, man.
Okay, we'll talk to you later, bro.
All right, man.
I'll go back to giving Lyserg shit in text.
Oh, is he there?
Oh, who knows? I'll go back and take a look. Probably. I mean, Lyserg's bitching in text is like an 18-hour event. So
right. All right, Richard, I'll talk to you, man.
That was funny, Cry Surge. I like that.
Who's in here?
Hey, James, long time no see. Just you and me right now. What's up?
No way, that's Richard. That sounds like Richard.
It is. What's up, man?
How the hell you been, man?
Oh, pretty good. I got my house painted up red, white, and blue for the Thai flag and been chilling out.
Yeah, we disagree on everything, Richard, but that's awesome. It's good to hear everything's going good.
Oh, I don't know. We probably agree on some of the Christian values that apply to working hard and feeding yourself and stuff like that, you know.
Well, it's good to hear from you, man. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, so how'd you find your way into here? Somebody
Well,
invite you or?
some numbnut found his way into our hangout, and I he joined, and all of a sudden I lost connection, and I couldn't join.
I see. Who's the numbnut?
I don't know the magic of that. I don't know how to do that.
Huh. Yeah, me either. Yeah, we got plenty of numbnuts around here.
Literally, fucking, what's his name? I think it's Big L.
Yeah, I've never
Big
seen.
L, dude. Even Big L, I haven't heard from in a long time.
Yeah,
All of a
me either.
sudden
I
he
haven't
joins-
seen big.
All of a sudden, he joins the chat I'm in, and I can't fucking join back in it. I
Huh.
get kicked out. I left messages though. They're it was fucking bullshit. Dude. Just
Yeah,
pisses,
Big L. He's a rabble rouser. He just wants to cause trouble, you know.
just pisses me off, man. That all of a sudden I lose connection and somebody else fucking I can't join no more. That right there pisses me off.
Yeah, he probably has you blocked or something. You know
Especially
what I
if they
mean?
know especially if they know how to do it. I mean that just fucking really
Yeah,
pisses.
if you're in a chat and somebody you have blocked tries to join, it won't let them in. So if you block him and you're in the chat first, he can't come in. You know.
No, after when'd you change your profile picture there?
Not too long ago, maybe a week or so ago, somebody was saying they're tired of looking at it or something. So I said, whatever.
I like it, but you know that's Roman, right?
It's actually a made up. It's like slated on the pictures on the internet as
Richard,
just a
that's
made
Roman.
up Illuminati symbol because
Oh, dude,
it's
that's Roman,
the
dude.
no way the what it is that little 13 star thing is an addition that doesn't belong there, and the bottom part is part of the presidential seal, so it's kind of a compilation of crap, you know.
It's kind of the
Well,
Roman
shit, I
Empire. The Roman Empire carried the eagle, the bald
did
eagle.
they? Yeah. And I think there's somebody said something about the olive branch and the arrows might be in the wrong hand or something too. But I don't
No,
think
they're in the right hand. That's
yeah.
what they wanted to show.
But yeah, it's just some compiled up thing, and I the only reason I have it is to sort of annoy the anti-American types, you know.
It's not
But
so
I
much
guess, oh,
anti-American.
okay. Right,
Anti,
it's more anti-globalist and all
yeah,
that. Right, you rile up those folks, the conspiracy theory people and all that. You know,
anti-government.
right. I'm not exactly pro-government, but I realize there has to be some kind of government, or it would be a zoo.
Maybe you should look at the Greek word of govern,
Mhm.
and then the Greek word of meant.
What you just tell me what it is?
Control the mind.
I see.
Control the mind. It's in the art of war, Richard.
Is it?
Psychological warfare.
I
It's in
see.
the art of war.
Well, govern from Greek kabuneran means to steer. It doesn't mean whatever you just said it meant. According to the Free Dictionary by Fairlex.
If you gain one person's mind, you gain 10.
And also from Middle English, it also means to steer.
Look at history, and look at the way man has ruled man. And that's all you need to worry about.
Right. I don't think we're really capable of ruling man well because
No,
it's done
man
by
has ruled man
right.
from the beginning.
Right. We're not capable of doing
Don't
it.
get it twisted, Richard.
Uh,
Man has ruled man from the
right.
beginning.
And I'm saying that we're not capable of doing it well because we're flawed humans.
No, but what's the best way of doing it? Look at history. What's the best way of doing it?
Well, it depends. Some people starve them out. Some people control their minds. You know, it depends on the
That's the
situation.
Mayans do it.
I don't know. I'm not really a Mayan historian, so I don't know.
Mayans did it by being able to predict eclipses. They was able to tell the people that the sun would be blackened out, and once it was, oh, they was starstruck.
I see. Yeah, that would probably work against the really uneducated people.
It hasn't changed, Richard.
Right. I'm not saying it has. I'm not arguing with you, dude.
It's the same thing.
Problem now is that the people
works. What doesn't doesn't.
The problem now is that the people trying to control people's minds, at least in America, they're kind of split down the middle with this one liberal group and one conservative group, and
I'll agree
they
with you.
just get together and try to just worry about the controlling the minds part. They probably both get a little bit of what they want.
I'll agree with you 100% there.
So what do you think of Trump?
Trump is fucking Obama's puppet, dude.
Obama's puppet?
Okay. Remember when I claimed the end times? Remember that? You kept giving me shit for that?
Right.
Well, just keep watching.
So when will it become obvious that I was wrong in the end time?
Takes the seat of the Vatican.
Huh?
When he takes the seat of the Vatican.
Who? Obama or Trump?
Obama.
Oh. So he's going to take the seat at the Vatican. Okay. What does that even mean? What does taking the seat at the Vatican mean?
The Middle East already thinks he's the Messiah.
They think Obama is the Messiah?
Yeah. They thought Obama was the Messiah from day one.
I see.
Did you not see all the fucking t-shirts they was wearing? All the banners they was throwing up in the Middle East?
I saw jokes and stuff, but no, I didn't. No, this is news to me, but I'm still trying to figure out what does take.
You can find this right now. You can find it right now.
What does take the seat at the Vatican mean? Obviously he's not going to become the Pope.
The beast who gives him power. The first beast is the Vatican.
Right. So
gives power to the.
So is there any going to be any demonstration of this? Is the Vatican going to say we, do something?
Yeah, they're doing it right now.
What are they doing? I don't get it.
Are you kidding me, dude? You got Trump. Who do you got?
Trump is a complete opposite.
Who do you got in the Soviet Union? Who do you got in the Soviet Union?
Just one thing at a time. I'm trying to figure out.
Who do you got in North Korea? Who do you got in China?
How will I know when
What are the
Obama
influences?
takes the seat of the Vatican? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh,
Or is
you'll
this not a
know it. You'll know it, Richard,
how?
because he will say he will exalt himself above anything that is God.
Okay, all right. And when do you expect this to happen?
It's happening right now.
So, what statements has Obama made to exalt himself above God?
The exact day and hour will never be known, but the season will.
Uh-huh. I've heard that before from the Jehovah's Witnesses about 3 times in history.
The season will be known.
All righty.
I really don't know how.
Hey, buddy, you want to talk to James? He
Hey,
says that
hey,
Trump
Richard, let me
is
give
Obama's
you
puppet.
something. Richard,
ahead.
let me give you something of my own.
Oh, yeah.
This is my own. And you can Google it, you'll find that nobody else has ever said it.
Okay.
Whether one is guilty or guiltless, nobody else has to know. For they themselves know.
Right.
This
I
is
agree
the
with that.
knowledge. This is the knowledge of good and evil, and
Could
and
you
leaves us all,
please?
and leaves
Could you?
us all leaves us all
At one.
without excuse.
Okay.
Could you please explain to Buddy how Trump is the puppet of Obama for me, please? I know Buddy'd love to talk. He's Crystal. Buddy is Crystal.
Oh, Trump is the prophet of God.
Is
He's
that,
one of the witnesses.
oh my God, that's a good thing?
He's one of the witnesses.
Of witnesses.
Coming, man. It's
Wit-
coming.
Okay, he's one of the witnesses of what?
Yeah, dude.
I missed it, of the zoo or what?
Obama is the one that is, yet isn't, yet is.
The Messiah?
Yeah, that's what he thinks. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, he thinks that other people think that. You don't. Do you believe that Obama's the Messiah?
Oh, he believes people in the
The,
foreign land,
what's
Middle
the
East.
battle of? What's the battle of, Richard?
I don't see the same battles as you, bro. So you have to
Battle
tell
of.
me.
What's the battle of?
Good and evil, maybe. I don't know.
The Holy Land.
No, it's of our
Oh,
Armando Geddon X.
The Holy Land has been 9/11. 9/11 was to get the American people to be okay with war.
I think we've
Not
been
only
okay with war
hold
for a
on,
long time.
hold on though, because not only was they okay with it, they were screaming for it,
That's true. We were.
screaming for it,
I don't know if we were screaming for war so much as
screaming
screaming
for it.
to get
After
people in
9/11,
Afghanistan.
we were screaming for it.
You know,
To some extent, I won't argue that.
Look at the conditions of the world
hey,
since
can we back up just a little bit?
since 9/11.
When you say we were screaming for it, who is we?
Look at the conditions of the world since 9/11.
Yeah, who
They're
is
fantastic. What's wrong with the conditions of the world?
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have more solar, more wind, more electric cars. We're working on the pollution.
More wind? Are you kidding me, dude? You
Who
don't.
is who is
What's the problem?
Richard? You're just fucking rambling, dude.
All those
Okay, what
places
is
that
wind
you're
in
worried
each-
about with wars, they've always had wars. They've always had people fighting. So what?
Oh, okay. You're right. You're right.
You know, you could look at all the
hold on.
genocide in Africa has
The mass
stopped.
migration or exodus of the
Mhm.
Middle East. That
So
happens
what?
all
I don't care. So
that
what?
happens
Why
all
does
the
that
time.
matter?
You're right. You're right. That happens all the time.
Hey,
But,
who is
you have these mass migrations. What you don't have is genocides in Africa. So it all
They were in
balances
every
out.
tongue nation, Richard.
Huh?
They're in every tongue and nation.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Every nation and tongue. That mass exodus that the media falsely covered was massive.
If everybody from
Massive.
every nation
Massive.
exoduses, where do
They
they
went
all
into
go?
every nation and tongue. Every single one of them. Everybody was like, we gotta share. We gotta take so many. We gotta do this. You gotta do this. You gotta do this.
Can Buddy ask a question of you?
You think it's normal what took place? You think that's fucking normal?
What do you be specific? What took place? What are you
No,
talking about?
the
One question.
migration, the exodus out of the Middle East.
That's two
Oh,
Look
questions.
at it. Look at the drone footage of the Middle East.
Can I answer first? No,
Yeah,
I
go
don't. No, I don't think it's normal. It doesn't happen all the time. No.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
But you asked me about the condition of the world, and I think overall,
It's another world.
the condition of the world is improving like it always does. But Buddy has a question for you, dude. What? Go ahead, Buddy.
Who is we were screaming for war? I just want to know who we were.
You ever heard of the caliphate?
But
That
who?
doesn't answer his question. He asked you, who is we?
What do you mean, who is we? The Middle East.
Okay, so the Middle East.
The Holy Land.
The Middle East was screaming for war.
The Holy Land is right now trying to be divided.
Okay.
What does Scripture say? What does Scripture say when the Holy Land is divided?
That they'll fight over there in the middle.
What happens when the Holy Land is divided?
That they'll fight in the Middle East until the end, and it'll always be there because of all the opposition and all the issues and problems.
Oh, it'll be as in the days of Noah.
Right.
It's going to rain.
The
So I should
wickedness
go out
and
and
the
buy an
hearts of
umbrella and a boat, or what?
Okay, so the
the
answer.
wickedness, the wickedness in the hearts of men.
Okay.
The answer to my question was the Middle East was screaming for war.
The Middle East ain't screaming for war.
Well, who's we? Who is
America?
Oh, America was screaming
Yes,
for
the mother of harlots.
the war
Where
in
all nations sip from the wine of her fortification and delicacies.
That doggone war industrial complex gets to me every time.
Yeah. Don't let your rulers fool you, man.
Man, that war industrial complex, I'm really scared of it.
Don't matter to me. I'm in Thailand. You fuckers do what you want. I don't care.
No. Stop.
Hey, Richard, you gave me shit.
Hold on, James.
You gave me shit
James,
about predicting
hold on,
it.
James. Let's back up.
It's still coming.
James.
All right. Well, I did give it, and I haven't given you shit today, but
It's
all
still
I'm saying
coming.
is when it comes, I'll admit I'm wrong. Until then, I don't agree.
You ain't gonna
coming.
be able to admit you're wrong, but that's okay.
Well, of course, so what? That's what I keep asking you. What demonstration should I look for so that you can say, "Aha! See, it happened."
When they tell you you'll take this mark to go along with the technological utopia.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna have to be
this.
the mark of 666, or I won't be able to buy food.
Someone please give me a platform as soon as possible. Oh my God,
Richard.
Somewhere in between all this, the platform for Buddy.
Do you think it's the mark of 666, Richard?
That would if the governments actually came out and said you have to get a mark of 666 in order to buy food, I would agree. I would agree you're correct and that you were right about everything.
Oh man, you took it to a whole new point. What I was going to ask you.
What if I told you there's
James.
What if I told you there's a chance even I was deceived and that I already took the mark?
I'd say, well, from the looks of your face right there, it looks like you took the mark too, Terminator.
I would say that nobody is, and no grocery store is requiring anybody to have a mark of 666 to buy food. So I'd say you were wrong. You haven't taken the mark.
Hey, Richard. Man, at some point, man will seek to change times and laws.
We do that every year. We have new laws.
At some point, man will seek to change times and laws.
What does the times mean? You mean change times to
calendar?
Here we go.
Oh, calendars. I see.
Times is the calendar.
Hold
laws
on.
is the Ten Commandments.
Let me know when I can have a platform to
What
make a
entity?
blanket
What
statement.
entity changed them both?
Can I make a blanket statement too at some point in time in this conversation?
I think the Catholic Church probably changed the calendar at one point. Is that where you're driving
Yes,
at?
it did. It absolutely did. In
Sure.
concert, in concert with Rome.
Yeah, they did it because the old calendar was inaccurate.
No. The time of Jesus was based off the lunar calendar, which on average was 360 days a year.
Yeah, except 360-day a year calendar doesn't work.
The calendar we use nowadays was based off the Helios.
It's based off. It's based off reality, not the flat Earth. That's true.
Heliocentric model.
By the way, this guy's a flat earther, so you know, buddy.
Helios.
I figured
Helios.
can't get any flat platform to
The
talk.
ancient Greek sun god, Helios. You think you live in a time where that is no longer?
Are you trying?
I don't care, dude. I'm not worried about it.
Hold
No,
on.
no, no.
Hold on.
Your Greek sun gods are your golden calf.
All of a sudden, I don't know
It's
about
still
you.
worship to this
All of
day.
a sudden, Richard, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling oppressed. I don't know. About
Yeah, James, could you let Buddy get in and say something once in a while,
man, can you
please?
try to oppress me a little bit too without
If it's
letting
in your
Richard
heart,
hog
he'll
it
bring it
all?
to you.
You're letting Richard hog all the oppression. It bothers me.
Go ahead, buddy. I'll be quiet.
I don't know.
If it's in your heart,
hold on, James. Can I set the platform, please?
if it's in your heart.
Okay, I want suppression, oppression, and guilt all at the same time. Can you give me some suppression, oppression?
That sounds like the Joker on Batman.
Exactly, man. I want it all, man.
The evil crypt.
Right, and let's see. I want even a sense of smell in there and taste if you can give it to me.
Well, keep laughing, man.
Hey, man. What can you do? You got to go have a good time and get in the hot tub, man, no matter what's going on.
It's right in front of your face.
I know it, man. It scares me.
It looks like it. Looks like you're shitting scared.
I am, man. I'm running now. I don't know how much more money my motels will buy.
How are you going to take it? What are you going to do?
So, James, according to you, I need to run out and start banging as many hookers as possible because the world's coming to an end soon, right?
Well, that depends on whose side you're taking.
Well, I'm taking my side. I'm not taking God's side. I'm not taking Satan. I'm taking my side. And you're telling me.
Taking your side, Richard. Go out and bang as many as you can.
Hey,
right, because I won't be doing it in what, 10 years? It'll all be over.
Count them in numbers and remember them by name.
Okay, I'll try. I lost count a long time ago, dude, but I'll try to start a new list.
Should I say it one more time?
Sure.
Whether you are guilty or guiltless.
Hold on a minute. I just want to get this right. Can I say?
Nobody else needs to know. Because you yourself know. This is the knowledge of good and evil.
So what you're saying is basically
it leaves us without excuse.
With everything.
Somebody booted Armando or he left or something. I don't know. Hopefully he'll come back. But the chat's going to disappear, I think, because Armando got booted maybe.
It's been 8 hours on the stream, Richard?
Oh, maybe that could be it too, I guess.
You're going to have to learn, Richard. I can hear it in you, man.
I can't see anything on this.
I hear love in you, Richard. I hear it, man. I hear love in you.
Honestly, I don't care if God hates me and wants to burn me in hell. Tough luck for me. But I'm not going out of my way to please a God I don't care about or believe in. Trust me.
Let me know if he's starting another one.
When you was a child, you knew him.
Let me know if he's starting another one.
No, the stream's still live. Right. He's not been booted. Probably his computer just shut down.
Okay, well okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. When I was a child, the only reason I knew about it is because my mom and dad bought books about Christianity.
You knew him, Richard, as a child.
If you say so.
You knew him.
And like I said, I don't care. It doesn't, if there is a God or isn't God, Jesus is the God. I don't care. It doesn't
You
matter.
do, Richard. You do.
No, if I cared, I'd go out and pray, or whatever. I
You
don't.
do.
I honestly don't care.
Okay.
Liar, Richard. You're such a liar.
Hey, man.
So, dude, if I really
Man.
cared, wouldn't I try to please God instead of wanting to go bang some hookers? I mean, how can you
do.
see that I don't care?
Because you do care. You say that in front of men.
I don't do. You know how much time I spend thinking about God when I'm not chatting with people like you is zero, dude. I never sit around wondering about God or caring about God or anything like that. Never, dude. Not one fleeting second does God enter my mind.
Why do you think that is?
Because I don't care.
Because he's
why
there.
I think it is.
Richard, have you had children?
This is not going well, James.
Have you had children?
Well, it depends what you mean by children. I've had 3 abortions.
Have you had children? Do you have offspring, Richard?
Do abortions count?
Do you have offspring, Richard?
I'm asking you, do abortions count or not?
Oh, God.
Asking you, do you know?
Yeah, I've killed 3 babies inside of the vagina of women. Does that count?
You have personally?
No. I sent them to the doctor to do it for me, but I paid
she was
for it.
okay? You and her was both okay with it?
Girls generally don't like to get abortions from the king. They'd rather have the king's baby, but I kind of
that's
put my foot down,
That's crude.
Well, that sense of power that you're trying to display now, that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying.
Well, anyway, I'm going to say the answer to your question is 3. I'm going to say the answer to your question is 3, but they're all deceased at this point.
Yes, but Richard, you yourself individually, solely, you're the only one that knows you. That leaves you without excuse, man.
That's right. I don't make any excuses for anything. Believe me, dude. I'm all, I had 3 abortions. I'm not making excuses. I don't care.
Well, that's good. That's actually good.
Right.
He would rather you be either cold or hot.
Right.
He doesn't want you lukewarm.
When is it my turn for him to pick out something about my life he can nail me with?
Well, me and James have known each other for a year or so, and we just now ran into each other, so he knows about
Richard,
me.
fuck you.
James,
I knew you in fucking 2012.
What? Where? I thought I met you. I met you in Flat Earth discussions with Jeremy and Sperskimo and all them people.
Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But wait, what year was that?
Fuck, that's only like a year or so ago, isn't it?
Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. You introduced me, dude. You guys, bullshit.
Hey, he's
bullshit.
been knowing you.
I've been in.
You tell me then. How long has it been?
I've been in Ellis Drywall.
Life.
Bullshit. I knew you before.